Last we left our heroes. You'd made your way to Verdantia after a long, arduous journey across the Kel, bidding farewell and good luck to your traveling companions. Though with the promise of meeting again soon, you set off for the Iridescent Keep, home of the Flurwilds. Reunited with family, you took the day to relax, shop, and tie up some loose ends before deciding on your next course of action. There were inquiries made on the behalf of the Ventura Adventuring Company for employment with the Emerald Enclave. You found a position for Damascus to take as the city arcanist and set him up in the home and former shop of the former fallen proprietor, Alvar, and found care for the orphaned Air Genasi girl Azura, who was gladly taken on by Val's mother Gwendolyn. As well, after speaking with Valentine's family, primarily his stepfather Francis, you learned that his reunification efforts with the Valenwood tribes and the Delarian crown had hit a bit of a snag. Despite uniting the Flurwild family with the Linderan elves of the Vale through marriage, the extended line of communication with the other four tribes seemed to have fallen still. Two of Verdantia's ambassadors, along with their Emerald Enclave patrols, have been sent into the woods and not heard from again. With growing frustration and political pressure, Francis himself has decided to helm the next and hopefully last diplomatic venture into the Vale, and was set to do so in 2 days' time. Through conversation with Francis and Gwendolyn, you offered to accompany the venture into the Vale, as you had hoped to make your way south as it was, in the pursuit of another relic, the Feywood. This offer became concrete as you met with the Master of Law, Reverence Kane, in the Halls of Civilization. In exchange for your services in bringing Francis to the Heartwood safely, you were provided a teleportation circle to bring you back within Verdantia in the lower wing of the halls. Business tended to, and a last day to prepare before setting off south, you took advantage of the resources available within the city. Doing some research, you hope to provide some insights, tinkered away with some new explosive experiments, and as you all regroup from your various tasks, dusk settles in, you settle in for sleep, and you have your final night in Verdantia. If there's any last things you want to do before going to sleep and beginning your adventure the following morning.
Before I go to sleep tonight, I would like to say that little poem prayer we learned that was like, lay me here to sleep, swim all the waters, count all the stars, father of light, whatever that one was.
The charm against nightmares?
Yes.
Yeah. You say the charm, and it has kind of a creepy, eerie quality to it, but hopefully it puts a bit of your worry to rest as you ultimately do lay down for rest, unless anyone else has anything to do. You all managed to get through a night's rest, still using Alvar's shop as your base of operations before Damascus officially moves in. And rather than spend 5 gold on a comfy bed, you sleep on a hardwood floor in a dead guy's shop.
Better than the desert or the abyss.
But the morning light of the next day comes bright, though not quite as warm as you might like, waking up so early. As you begin to gather your things and you step out into the street of Verdantia, the air is crisp with a chill of a forthcoming winter and in the not-too-distant future. But you are planning to set off south where the climate is traditionally more temperate, kind of all year round. The city begins to awaken around you as you set off towards the Iridescent Keep, where you had planned to meet with Francis and set off. And as you make your way through the streets, you kind of shake sleep from you, and as you arrive at the keep itself, you see a scene of rapid activity. Several stable hands are rushing about, guiding tall, powerful-looking horses. Others in their wake carrying saddles, bit and brittle sacks of various sizes. You see Andre, the master butler, seeing to the final preparations of this large and luxurious-looking traveling carriage. 2 massive brown horses stand obediently at the head of this coach that is made of dark wood with silver metal trimmings. You see an assortment of other leaner-looking horses being prepared and saddled, as you also see Francis and Gwendolyn begin to make their way out of the keep, Francis carrying kind of a bundle of things and bags ready for his long travel. As you guys approach and see him kind of preparing himself, he waves you over towards the coach.
Lean over to Hondo. The Vale's a forest, right?
It is.
That's a big-ass coach to try to get over a bunch of rambling shit. This is going to be interesting.
Well, do you have a suggestion?
No. Why do we need all this shit? And just start walking forward.
As you guys slowly begin to make your way forward, you see Francis kind of drop off these bags and like messenger bags inside the carriage doors, and just kind of begins finishing the final preparations as Gwendolyn makes her way over to your group, bidding you good morning and kissing Valentine on the cheek. And to you, Valentine kind of quietly again says, "Be careful and watch out for him. He's not like you."
Yeah, I agree. We'll be careful. Don't worry. I'll have my eyes on him. He won't stray far.
Good. And take care of yourself as well.
Yeah, that part I'm less sure of, but I'll make sure he comes back in one piece.
Well, then she looks to the rest and says, "Well, the rest of you take care of him while he takes care of him."
That's our job.
How set are you on like him having all his limbs when he comes back? Is that something that's really necessary?
Pretty set, I would say. Resolute.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll see.
Okay. She smiles and makes her way over to Francis and gives him a kiss on the cheek and kind of a quick kind of embrace, and then heads back inside as Francis is kind of calls to the rest of his crew around and kind of begins ordering people to finish preparations as he wants to head off. He makes his way over to your group as well and says, Valentine, Wildcards, good morning. We provided several horses for those of you without mounts. Obviously, you have your two. However, there are a number of your party who will need some, and we can provide those quite easily here, if you would be willing, of course.
Of course, yeah. Thank you. That's great.
So there's just the four of them?
There should be... Oh, for mounts? Yeah. 4 is good.
Excellent. Is there any preparations you need to be underway, or he kind of looks over your group? Says you seem to be traveling a little light.
How many of us are around? Is everyone here?
Everyone's there.
Okay, good. No, this is it.
Pardon me. I misspoke. Truth be told, I thought you would have several bags and things.
It's wild cards. It's like not wild deck. Like it's quick. It's like a hand.
And we all know who the Joker is.
He kind of looks about, says, give me a few moments to finish preparations and find yourselves whichever mount you like, and we will depart.
How many of these people are coming with us? I thought it was you were supposed to come alone.
He says, I have a driver who is also my assistant, and he will be making the journey alongside us.
What's his name? It's not. What's his name? It's not the butler, right?
Andre, no. Andre will be staying
thank
behind.
God.
His name is Grant.
Grant? Yeah, because the way Andre prepared that meal last night, he did a terrible job at the octopus, and I really think that disqualifies him from today's.
I would say he's disqualified for other purposes than poor preparation of a mishandled octopus, but hopefully he looks to Hondo and sees how you're doing, and you have recovered from your food poisoning incident. You feel okay now. He says, I hope you're doing well. But no, Andre will not be joining us. Grant is my assistant and also a trained ambassador as well. So he'll be useful in our journey. But please gather your mounts of your choice, and we will set off momentarily.
What color are the horses?
There are actually 6. He grabbed. There are 6 prepared. There are 3 that are kind of almost pure white with a couple of like brown, like their legs are browned and little splotches along the hindquarters. 2 that are chestnut, and 1 that is kind of a gray-black.
Well, they're picking out horses. We bought 3 potions last time. We should divvy them up now. So I always think it's a good idea probably for the fighters to have them.
Mm-hmm. We're good like emergency services if no one else can get in somewhere.
Brawley, Mary, you guys have them. And then, I don't know, like we can all now heal ourselves. We're all pretty even now. Does anyone want this last potion?
Maybe it wouldn't hurt for Hondo. He can move pretty quickly if he needs to.
I think that's a good idea.
And he tends to sometimes get himself in the shit, so.
I vow never to use it, but I'll take it.
On yourself. Vow never to use it on yourself.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, then I feel pretty confident here.
Okay. The remaining 4 of you mount up on your selected mounts, and they are as you guys have dealt with mounts in the past, though sparingly and for very short, brief periods. These are incredibly well groomed and trained horses. They seem to be very responsive to you immediately, without the need of kind of getting to know one another. They are ready to perform adequately as you begin to set yourselves in saddle. But you see Francis kind of as you guys begin to mount up, he makes his way around the front of his coach. And brings out a small map towards kind of gathering your group close, actually kind of stepping up into like the driver's seat of the coach, and to showcase the map to you all, and kind of begins showing the path to take out. And basically he's suggesting taking the road out that you took through the city, the main road of the city, but where you would continue westward towards the Kel, there is a branch that heads south, and then he kind of makes a point about towards the late afternoon, almost end of day's travel, where there will be another break where there will be a decision to make of whether to head through the Toronalda Valley or into the verge of the Vale. But he says that is a discussion we can have as we progress further. But if this course of action is okay with the rest of you, we are set.
You guys all ready? Lav, you ever rode a horse before?
Yes, I have ridden a horse before.
Great. Have you named your horse?
What are you talking about? I don't own a horse.
I think that's your horse now. It was a gift.
This is my horse?
That's your horse now.
This guy?
Yeah.
Oh
Francis
my
is,
god.
like, about to like stop, and he's just
She runs over to the horse right in the mouth, and she's like, "Oh my god, you are so beautiful! Look at these teeth!" She just like is inspecting this horse.
and incredibly, the horse does not lose its shit at its face being just manhandled. These are very temperate creatures and very well trained.
I'll go to Francis and just kind of like sidle up next to his little carriage. Is it a carriage, like a covered carriage?
Yeah, so it is a similar to that of like the merchant caravans that you travel with through the Kel. However, this is certainly more luxurious, more of a coach than carriage. It is set up to be a living quarters as well as travel quarters. It is large and longer than the merchant caravans, still four-wheeled, though the wheels are almost like are almost the height of Vern, and you up top, like it's just below like your shoulder height, but the carriage sits a little lower. But it overall stands pretty tall and is a four-cornered full carriage with a driving seat up front. That is also kind of got a little bit of a cover over top of it.
Does it look like it's like has any battle damage, or is this like way too fancy for where we're going? Probably.
No, it's like a rolls off the lot. What are you on?
Great.
This
This shit's gonna get destroyed.
Yeah. I'll give a little knock on this thing. Get his attention.
He immediately looks up from some paperwork that he has. You're prepared then?
Yeah, I just wanted to touch base quick before we actually start. Have you ever been in here before?
In the coach or in the Vale?
No, to the Vale.
I have personally only ever been to the borderline of the verge of the primary Valenwood, and I have spent some minimal time, truthfully, in the Lindaran, the woodlands to the northwest that the Lindaran elves are in our initial meetings with the Velorans.
And then just like a blanket statement here. You may not like this, but there is likely going to be a moment during this journey where I'm going to have to be in charge fully. And I'm going to say probably one of two things. One, don't move. Or two, run away. In that moment, it is your obligation to just do what I or most of the wildcards here ask. Less the blue one, sometimes the cat one, but in the lavender one, I'm not sure about.
Mostly this one.
I didn't realize she snuck up beside me. Just for your own safety, please.
I understand. You are our protection on this venture, though I truly hope we have, this may sound inappropriate, truly hope we have no need of your skills. I hope this is a smooth journey in which you need not pull rank, so to speak.
And then last question, why is Reverend Kane such an asshole? Is that just generally how he is?
Absolutely. He's been like that ever since he's been here, but he operates in a strict order and lawful sense, and some find that rather abrasive, and that is how he is.
Is he an elected official?
Yes, indeed.
When's the next election? We can discuss this on the road, but I would like to talk about the campaign in the future.
He just kind of is like, his election will be a few years from now. He's relatively newly elected, however, re-elected. We can speak later.
Sure.
With that, the coach travels at the same speed as your traveling party, though you gather the fact that it will not be so great to travel at a fast pace, but meant to travel at a medium to slow pace, at a normal to slow pace.
Taking a dune buggy with no shocks out and
so with that in mind, setting off at either a slow or normal pace, you can decide once you're out of the city. While you're in the city, you're kind of moving at regular traffic speed, but once you get out onto the main roads, you can decide. But the road on the way out is wide enough for you to sit 2 by 2. So could I get a marching order of how you want to organize your troop and the coach?
Hondo, where do you want to be, baby?
I'll take the carpet.
Okay, great idea.
So are you foregoing one of the horses?
Yeah, I'll donate it.
Okay.
Horses on the carpet.
Too
Hondo
heavy.
horse carpet.
Too heavy.
Maybe just have the horse be tied to the carriage.
back of the carriage.
Yeah.
Just in case we need an extra one, in case the carriage goes to shit.
We've had bad luck with
Thinking-
horses dying too. All of our main stuff.
It has happened.
Yeah, I don't mind being in the front. I got high perception, so I'll be like in the front for now if I can, just flying over us.
The carriage behind you might not be a bad idea if he has the directions.
But if you're flying, that kind of pulls you out of You know what I mean? Like out of rank, because you can kind of be anywhere. So
Then I will trot in front of the carriage. And then, Hondo, do you want to be flying above the carriage?
Yeah.
Tight.
so we'll put Val. Val's out front.
Yeah.
Carriage right behind Val, and Hondo in line with the carriage. Then.
Yeah.
Does anyone
And
else
where do
want to
you-
be up front with Val? Because I think you said.
Yeah,
we can
where do you
see
cats
by,
wanna
right?
be?
You can go. You can easily sit 2 by 2.
I can if you want.
I mean, sure, like, yeah, if you want, that's totally fine.
Yeah, sure.
Uh, Val and
Yeah, that way
Brawley.
if someone comes out, then I can
Hit it real hard.
have to, yeah.
Yeah, hit it, right. Got it.
Val and Brawley out front. Coach and Hondo flying on the carpet next. That leaves Lavender, Gord, Mary.
I'll go behind the coach.
Okay, Mary.
I'll go in the back.
Gord taking the rear, and Lav, you
Usual
want to
spot.
ride in tandem with Mary, Gord, or on your own as well?
I'll ride with Mary.
Okay.
Cold shoulder to Gord. Interesting.
I was gonna pick Gord, but he did not pick me.
It does fit well that Gord takes the rear. Kind of his deal. But you guys begin to set off in the early morning hours as the city kind of comes alive around you, and you begin to disembark Verdansia for the first time in a few days. And there's a little wistful look as you kind of look again through the streets and back towards, obviously, Valentine, towards your home. Though you're setting off on another adventure, it is a little sad to like leave home again.
I definitely got a fancy coffee to go before we left in the morning.
Easy enough before
And
you
then,
made
like,
it to the keep.
Savoring it for like the
Yeah.
first until it's way too cold.
Yep. The breakfast bars are open along the way as you manage to snag a coffee. But you have to mark off a gold because it is good coffee.
I'm cool
While
with
we're
that.
going, I think
Ugh.
I think I'll go on the earring. And Mary, maybe you can do a live transcript for Lav.
Yep.
But I'll just say, just to refresh, I appreciate obviously all of us going on this adventure. That's kind of helping my family here. But our mission is to get what we've talked about in the forest. We think there's one down in here. But let's maybe not show our cards to be very on brand too much to anyone we come across. These elves sound very protective of their stuff. So we'll just have to finesse this if we encounter any to see if we can win their trust or see if they know any remains. Another refresher, Sylvanus was apparently the last guy who had it. And I mean, we're going to a Sylvan tribe. I don't know if he's a descendant. I don't know what the history there, but he was the champion of the Vale. He had this artifact that we're looking for. And we'll see what happens. But I appreciate all of you helping.
Val said something about he's thankful for like us doing everything, and then
Oh my god, that guy talks so
yeah,
much.
there's a lot of that, and then we can't forget why we're here because we have to
Yeah,
get
yeah,
the thing
yeah.
that we can't talk about, and something about don't escalate things and don't show our
Who would
hand.
escalate things? Nobody here in this group would ever escalate things.
Just point up at Hondo, and
yeah, that guy sucks.
there's a couple card puns, and then reminder about apparently the guy's named Sylvanus, and I think that's it.
Sylvanus. Interesting. Okay.
Cool. Just a question for my own curiosity, not that it makes a huge difference, but is Mary wearing the plate of the Valkyrie?
Yeah, she has her big
Yes.
cloak. Which she
Still look
wears
like a
every
baller.
time. It's-
good.
Probably not wearing the
Yeah,
helm
shit.
all the time.
Okay.
Do I have to wear the helm for it to be like a complete set?
I'd say I would say you have to wear it to use its abilities, but
Cool.
like
I
it
will
doesn't-
wait until I'm out of the city to put that on.
it doesn't impact your AC necessarily in the same way that, like, you know, when you look at some like fan art of people who have shields but never have a fucking shield on them, but like their AC reflects a shield. I'm cool with that, but like I would say to like summon the Pegasus, you need to be fully in the garb.
Yeah, she just wouldn't wear it around town. Not that the armor, probably, yeah, just with the big cloak over top of it.
Sure. It's still like it's not fully covered. You're not wearing like a cloak dress.
Yeah, it's still shiny as shit.
It's still shiny, and it's still like the breastplate is still relatively visible, and obviously the greaves and boots, and there's like a doubling up of cape. But it is kind of cool this morning, so it's actually kind of nice to have the extra cloak.
Dope.
But
yeah, she'd probably like lose stuff off once we're at it.
I was just curious. Anyways.
Seems suspicious.
I'm sure that will have nothing to do with anything going
Yeah,
forward.
I
Just
know.
to know.
I was just curious.
Just to know.
It legitimately doesn't. I was just curious.
But
Okay,
now,
fine.
being the DM, everything sounds so suspicious. Anyway,
It's like, just roll a d20. Why? Just because I said so.
just do it.
Just make sure you do it, or else.
so as you guys have made your way through Verdantia, travel is quiet and relatively comfortable as you set off for the Valenwood. The sun turns away the initial cool of the morning, and as you follow the road west away from the city, it grows warmer and green hills begin to unfold before you. They travel beyond the harvested countryside of Verdantia, passing by smaller settlements of only 3 or 4 homes as you get further and further away from the borders of the city. You see these smaller communities that are taking advantage of the mild climate and incredibly rich soil that is present here in the southern tip of Xander. And before long, the farmlands fall away to a wide, expansive landscape of nature that just grows before you wild. The hills themselves grow wilder with colorful flora, a plethora of wildflowers and tall grasses of greens, gold, and white stretch in all directions around you. The road you ride along now is made only of long, trampled grass and dirt, wide enough to ride side by side and with the coach in tow. And for several hours, you travel along this road in this relatively straight southerly direction. You pass by mid-afternoon and are nearing late afternoon as the sky starts to kind of begin tinted to a darker orange, near pinkish hue, as Francis kind of reaches out of the door and calls forward to Valentine and Brawley up front to kind of halt for a moment. As he actually instructs his driver to like pull away from the rest of you as he kind of slows his coach, pulls off the path and rests atop the crest of this hill that you guys are kind of making your way up towards.
I'll trot up, look at Brawley, and just trot up on Fern.
As you, the coach itself kind of kicks up this flurry of like these soft purple puffs that kind of pass by you as you trot up forward, and as the rest of you make your way to catch up as well, Francis disembarks the coach and kind of instructs his driver to tend to the horses quickly just to give them some feed. And he kind of gestures for you to come towards the crest of this hill. And as all of you kind of line up along the crest of this hill, you look down the other side of this embankment, and you see where you've kind of been riding up this steeper hill. You see it begin to dive down, and you see the Vale kind of begin to take shape ahead of you. More to the directly south, but southeast of you, you see just a massive forest that stretches, and you oh, is Brock gone? Did Brock leave?
Gord?
Did I miss that?
He's back.
Brock, you here?
Yep.
Cool.
Gord, we almost got to the forest. That's all you missed.
Yeah, nothing happened. I just saw like Brock wants to be invited. I was like, oh, what the fuck? Did I miss something? Sorry. You see the Vale to the southeast, and you do see it continues directly south and southwest of you. However, you can see at the base of this hill, there is a cliffside and a wide valley gorge where high mountainous regions kind of take the left and right side of this valley gorge. Francis kind of traces his finger along and says the To the southeast of us here is the Vale proper, where 4 of the 5 tribes exist within this southeastern and southern Vale. And he kind of points off, kind of engaging Valentine more in this case, and points off to the western side of this western kind of mountain ridge, and you can see another wide, expansive forest, and you see the this side of the Twilight Mountains. As he says, this side here is also the Vale. However, it is the Lindaran, the home of the Blade Singers, and your sister. Now, anyways, but the question that I pose now is one of your group's expertise in this case. If we were to travel down towards the valley here, and he kind of points and he kind of says between the Vale proper and the Lindaran is the Toronalda Valley. It is a wide valley. The Nalda River has carved through for millennia. It will line all the way from this point of the Vale, from the tip of the Vale, down to Celestia's Gate and through the Twilight Mountains towards Marrakesh. We have an option, technically, to continue down this path here and into the Toronalda Valley and into the base of the gorge and follow the Nalda River until we find a point where we believe we are southern enough to try and make an eastern trek up the mountainside and into the Vale, and hope to reach the Heartwood, where we believe the Sylvan Tribe Citadel is. Truth be told, we have no direct destination. We know the Heartwood is where the Sylvan Tribe Citadel exists, and likely where their elders will be, but where within this massive provincial forest that is truly unknown to myself. However, I do believe it lies more or less center mass in the Vale. Alternatively, he kind of points back towards the south east, and you see the path kind of descend down this hill and then there's a path that takes off to that direction that he's pointing now to the southeast. Because alternatively, we could veer more directly to the south and head more directly into the Verge itself, to this side of the Vale. It's a more direct trek. It will take us directly into the Vale proper, and presumably there will be a more direct path to the heart of the Vale, where the Sylvan Citadel, as I say, assumes to reside. It would be my assumption the direct route would be faster, clearly. However, likely brings with it a heightened threat of danger, and certainly more encounters with the locals, which could be positive or negative. I hope we would travel positive, but given the fact that 2 of our parties have mysteriously vanished, I truly don't know. The travel through the Toronalda would be more indirect and definitely safer, though I can honestly say I'm not sure in which direction we would go from there. It would be kind of a scattershot, but it's a safer route. I defer my decision to your group and your expertise.
You know which direction the parties that didn't come back went?
The first party was instructed to head towards the Verge. If we were to do the same, they stayed within an Emerald Enclave outpost just short of the Verge, where if we head that way, we could stay for the night. They stayed there. There was report that they had arrived there, and then they headed within the Vale, and they have not been heard since. When we received that information, we instructed the second to travel the Toronalda, and sadly, have not heard the same. It seems neither path is perfectly safe, but this is why I bring the decision to you.
I lean more direct. I like the idea of an Emerald Enclave outpost that we could camp in for the night, and it might be nice to know if we could find some clues as to what actually happened to those first folk. What do you guys think?
And
Yeah,
to be
I
honest, we can handle ourselves should things come up against us. It's just more of a question, as you mentioned earlier. There are probably some things we don't want to handle in our typical fashion, so we'll just have to be careful not to cause too much of a stir with the locals.
Brawley,
Should-
what were you thinking?
Yeah, I agree with you guys. I think that's probably our best bet at this point. Probably good to get some more information if we can.
Hondo,
Although
what
you
were
seem
gonna say?
pretty direct.
Always direct. No dancing around. Plus, if we can interrogate people, it's always good.
Well,
Well-
Pops, you should see this guy interrogate someone. It's a real
Francis
treat.
kind of puts up a hand and says, I'm going to hope that is a joke. I truly hope we have no interrogations in our future. We are strictly a peace offering group currently. I understand that should we come into encounters of a dire nature, that force will be necessary. However, let's hope no interrogations are necessary.
My friend, force and interrogations come hand in hand with us.
That
They are
is
as normal as breathing for us. We cannot do anything
That is
about it.
truly disheartening to hear.
All I can say is guarantee you will not have to do any of it.
Well, let's keep going before he regrets this even more. I think majority says direct, so let's do it.
So be it. And he kind of just points down to the path that he pointed out, and says, we're about an hour or two short of the verge, and our outpost will be directly along this path. Very easy to spot.
Can I do an insight check on Franny Boy and see? I'm generally trying to gauge how he's feeling in this moment. Is he anxious? Is he scared?
Do it.
Ooh, really good. Nat 17 plus 8 is 25.
Yep. He, legitimately seems truly put off by Hondo's messaging that he's okay and ready for interrogations and expects it to happen at any point in time.
It's true. He's honest.
But you can tell that definitely has kind of sat kind of weird with him. You do definitely pick up a read that he is... he wants to go direct as well because he is unsure of what has happened to these people before. And the sooner he learns what happens there, the better. And you can also kind of, especially with the 25, you get there's a pretty big sense of guilt. As he is the one who sent these guys, these people, he's hoping that they're not dead, but a couple of weeks with no response, and you can tell that it's not good.
Yeah.
So you can tell there's a guilt there, that he and more than likely why it spurred him to make this trek himself. But he's happy with your decision to go more direct.
Perfect.
Despite being initially unsettled by Hondo. But nonetheless, you guys continue along this most direct route chosen, descending down this long stretch of sloped grass and more wildflowers. And you see the path that branches to the south while the main road continues down and descends into the Toronalda. As you follow this new path, you see the expanse and might of the forest come fully into focus. The rise and fall of dense greenery interspersed with vibrant, colorful boughs and all the colors of autumn. Though you see that the autumn colors are few and far between. It is primarily a rich green forest ahead of you, despite the late season.
Is it still cold?
It's less cold now as you guys have made your journey south, and it's not like it was freezing. It was just kind of an initial chill, like an early morning autumn chill that by the time you left the city, by the time the sun was proper, 9, 10, even up to 11 o'clock in the morning, now you're properly warm. It is a very temperate, near tropical climate as you get further and further south. It was just the initial chill of the autumn morning. Though, at a distance even, the forest sounds are powerful and inviting. Rushing water, numerous birds of all sorts, gentle winds that rustle through the great boughs of ancient trees. Though before long, the sky overhead turns from its kind of oranging sky to pale pink, clouds tinted purple and orange as well. As your path across the lower plains brings you to the edge of the Vale, and you see the forest itself massive as you get right up beside it. But before you get right up beside it, there is the outpost. There is this small timber-walled outpost. The wooden wall surrounding this this small outpost. They stand about 20 feet tall, with a single gate that ends at the end of this path that you're on. You see, as you guys begin to get closer, the gate raises as they see your approach. And there's no immediate action taken, no aggressive action, I should say. They are either aware of your coming or have recognized Francis's coach or something. They are not immediately aggressive. They raise the gate, and you guys begin to travel through. And as you get even closer, you see flying atop the guard towers that are on either side of the gate, the bright green flags adorned with stag's head on a field of golden grass that is the sigil of the Emerald Enclave. Making your way through, you see an interior of basic and sparsely populated outpost. Along the outer wall, you see a raised platform that kind of goes around the exterior, and 4 towers posted with a handful of guards at each. As you enter into this kind of middle area, there's a training ground with half-heartedly painted targets and a smattering of arrows that stands to the left of the gate. In the center of this outpost, there's a single 2-story structure that stands in the courtyard. You can see someone now going along on an upper balcony, lighting torches along the exterior of this building as night begins to fully descend. Finally, to the right of the gate, you see a small stable with stalls for only 3 mounts, one of which has a horse in it. And there's a small storehouse or barrack building. You're not entirely sure, just a small stone house. But you see, initially you only see about 6 or 7 guards in Emerald Enclave garb, and one exiting this main structure directly ahead and making a march towards your group. And Valentine and Brawley, as you guys are out front, you see this half-elven male, tall, broad-shouldered, clean-shaven, though as he gets closer you see he's a slight chin and a sizable scar that stretches from the lower left cheek up and across the upper lip and cleft off part of his nose and kind of ending just beneath the right eye. It's long-heeled, it looks very old, but is grisly nonetheless. And he makes his way towards you in full Emerald Enclave leathers, a kind of a thick green cloak, and you can see this kind of pin that connects the cloak around his shoulders here, this large pin of the Emerald Enclave symbol, though it has these kind of extra points to it. He makes his way towards you and says, "You are to be the Flurwild party, yes?"
That's correct.
Well, welcome to the Emerald Enclave Outpost. My name is Captain Elliot Norick. I'm pleased to be of your service.
How's it been lately?
Today, surprisingly quiet, in fact. It's not been too terrible. Perhaps you would like to come in for a meal and a drink after your long travel.
Yeah, that sounds great. There's about 8 of us.
Excellent. We received note that there would be as many.
Perfect.
He kind of just pulls some guards to come over, and they begin kind of steering your horses towards the stables, though there's not enough room for all of them, unfortunately. But they set him up with a trough of water and oats, and you guys are able to park your horse mounts, and Keith and Fern, well, Fern doesn't need to eat, but he can if he wants, and the coach kind of takes its position, and it looks incredibly out of place in this rustic wooden and dirt outpost, this very fancy black and silver coach that is like the size of the barracks, but nonetheless.
One of us could just sleep in the coach.
I think Francis intends to. But you guys are able to do as you wish.
So how small is this place?
It's real small. You gather as you guys have made your way inside and collecting all of the faces you can see. There is a grand total of 10 people here. They are all Emerald Enclave guards and Captain Noric. And it is like, it's large enough to house people and like a small dining hall within the main structure. There are only like 3 stables at most, a small training ground, and this little like storeroom guard barracks, and like that's it. Like it is a very meager outpost. Though you can see like their armor as like they're making their way around. Their armor and equipment is in good shape and well made. There's just not much, expense made to this barracks itself.
So you like kind of walk in. I'm just gonna try to take a bead on everyone, just make sure everyone seems on the level,
Sure.
and kind of like try to see how capable these guys might be too.
Sure.
But like, yeah, mostly just trying to make sure that like no one's being sneaky or like seems surprised to see the wildcards there.
So you want to make an insight check, or are you trying to do your insightful your
No, insight check. That takes way too long. That's too specific for each person.
Yeah. Okay. Yep. Make an insight check.
Oh shit! Keep rolling it off the. Ooh, I rolled my lowest. Which is not lowest. I didn't roll a 1. I rolled a 4. But for me, that's what 19.
Your lowest can't be a 19. I thought it was a 17.
No, because I have a plus 11 to insight now, and the lowest I can roll is an 8.
Jesus.
Anyways,
Plus it's a 1.
You gather that these guys are capable enough. They seem to be more trained with bow than sword, but they're not. They're not leading any charges into the great battles of yore. They are kind of just guards on a shit duty, but they don't seem to seem surprised by you guys. They seem to have noticed ahead of time, and none of them seem particularly shifty. They seem like just guys on a shitty duty.
Yep. Okay.
But Captain Noric welcomes Francis, and they engage in conversation as he leads him inside to like a dining hall area. Is there anything you guys want to do?
I'd like to, at some point, ask what happened to the last group, if they have any idea what happened to the last group, or how their mood was when they got here.
Sure. Do you want to pursue Captain Noric and Francis, or do you want to ask the other guys that are kind of around?
Maybe I'll try and get another guy, like a subordinate.
Sure. There's like I say, there's like 9 other guys that are kind of like there's 3 that are up on the outer walls, a couple that are kind of in the middle of training, and like others that are just like doing random duties. Actually, 3 others are taking care of the horses at the moment, just like feeding and dismounting their saddles and stuff like that.
I'll walk over to one of the stable guys then.
Sure. Did we lose Brack?
I think he's back in now, right?
Oh,
okay,
he says I'm back. He says I'm back.
Maybe it's in and out.
That's okay. There's one of the stable guys there. He kind of stops his duties as you make your way over and says, how was the travel?
Yeah, it was pretty good. Pretty uneventful. Pretty slow with that fucking thing dragging behind us.
It'd be slow, but it must be nice, eh? It's luxurious.
I haven't been in it yet, but yeah, I bet it is.
What brings you guys here?
We're with the Fleur Wilds, those prissy assholes, and we're looking for what happened to the Emerald Enclave troops that were sent in here. Didn't they Do you guys have any experience in one stop by here?
Yeah, it was. We heard that it's Lord Florwell was on his way to investigate. He kind of looks about a little sheepish, and kind of leans in a bit and says, "We're not really supposed to talk about it. It's kind of, nothing happened here, and it's just weird. They were fine when they came here. There was, I can't even remember, their names or anything. I didn't recognize them, but we're way out here. We've been out here for 8 months. We haven't seen fucking anybody.
Yeah.
But they came from the city. They had 2 guys, kind of like, the Florwell guy there. They were like ambassadors or emissaries, I think they said. But they left. It was, they were here a night, and then they were gone into the forest. And it was just something about that night that felt really off when they left. Again, he's real shifty, looking about. I don't know what it was. I don't know. It was just
You have a bad dream?
make a persuasion check.
Natural 20.
Nice.
Hey. His eyes grow wide as you say a bad dream. And he kind of looks about and says, "Yeah, I did. It was fucked up, man. It was really, really dark, and then it was really, really cold. And I felt like I was freezing, like I was in the fucking tundra or some shit. But there was this creepy sound, this song or something. I have no idea what the fuck it was. It was kind of just like eerie chanting and shit, but like it fucking really messed me up. And then we wake up, the next day, and we didn't immediately know what happened, right? It wasn't until almost like a week later that we heard that they hadn't reported back. We didn't have, even a timeline of when they were supposed to come back. I didn't know if they were supposed to come back to us or what, but we just didn't think, that was the last time we were going to see those guys. And then that dream has just been, it's such a, an omen,
Eddie, you had it again? Maybe like that same feeling with that dream again?
I haven't had it. Since then. Oh, that's not true. I don't even know. Some of the guys just think I'm making shit up.
When you say, was it you, the royal you, more than one of you who had this dream, weird feeling? Or?
He just puts his hand to his chest like, I did not know you were there. Oh my god.
Yeah, sorry that happens.
Oh.
That's my friend Mary. She's cool. Don't worry.
Okay, I'm gonna, just a second. Okay.
Yeah, she's pretty cute, isn't she?
Jesus.
All right,
That's
Val,
also my
okay.
friend Lav. Yeah.
There's so many people.
She's got the crazy eyes.
I just hand him the last little bit of my coffee that's definitely very cold, but it might help his brain.
He takes it and knocks it back thinking it's booze, and then just oh, what the fuck? Is that coffee?
It's actually the best coffee ever, yes.
Maybe when it's hot. Hi, hello.
That's my friend Brawley. I picture them one popping out of a stable,
Yeah.
one popping out of a bale of hay.
Can I note that I would be in the stable with my horse?
Yeah,
That
for
I
sure.
now have
He's
apparently.
making a bed beside it.
It's just getting progressively crazier as Mary just slowly creeps around a corner. Lavender is just hi.
You
Brawley
guys
just
He
think
was looking for a bathroom.
You guys think that I was talking about Mary when I said she's really nice, isn't she? But I was just like petting my horse, talking about my horse.
Very nice. You sorry, you said you had it again?
Yeah. One more time. Yep.
I like glare at the other one. Other people here ruin my vibe with this guy.
Look, I mean, we've had experiences with weird dream shit, and I don't mean to put the fear of the gods in you or anything, but these dreams don't always mean nothing. Like you said, they're weird. The timing was very strange, but we've had a few encounters where the content of those dreams were dire in what we ended up doing next.
Make a persuasion check with advantage.
Oh shit. I'm just going to run to the bathroom, but keep
I
going.
rolled a 4 and a natural 20.
Hey!
Oh, advantage!
You see him kind of lose the initial embarrassment that had taken over as the three girls had made their way into this conversation that he was being sheepish already in. But he kind of nods and takes that a little to heart and says, I had the same dream the night before last. It was the same, incredibly cold, and I woke up shivering. It wasn't even cold, like it's pretty warm here, and I woke up freezing. I had trouble getting warm all fucking day. But something happened in the night. It was, I woke up from the dream. It was still dark, and I kind of came out to get some air, and the animals out here were spooked, and the horses were having a fit. But there was something going on in that forest. I could feel it,
Yeah, I do. You don't happen to remember any of the words in any of that chanting, do you? Even little fragments? Or was it a different language? Was it not common?
Yeah, it wasn't what, it wasn't common. It wasn't something normal.
Or Elvish?
I'm a little rusty on my Elvish, but I don't think it was Elvish.
That's when I had my dream, I will say quietly, looking at the ground.
Did you have the same dream?
I had a dream that was cold. I felt bad all day. I was in a forest. And it was actually pleasant at first. Remember, there was rainbow light in an archway to the tree. But then just a crow came and blackness, and I was grabbed and turned very, very bad. Does that sound familiar to you?
I'll be honest, not all the detail. Really just the cold. I guess the forest makes sense. He's he's piecing things together. He's pulling it out of his memory.
There are other people here. Did anybody else have a bad dream?
I've asked around, and they're all just calling me, some shitty names.
That's called toxic masculinity.
Yeah, and it's real. These guys are kind of dicks, but it's not.
Do you have any skills? Do you want to come with us?
I'm glad we talked to you. It's like Valentine was just drawn to you.
It's pretty fitting. I don't know, there's some kind of like connection or something. I don't know.
Yeah, what's your name?
That's not important, but
it is important. Please tell us your name. Please tell us your name, please.
My name's Thomas.
Thank you, Thomas. Is that true? Can I do an insight check?
Yeah, for sure.
Or did Kyle just need to make one up?
Yeah, you guys got to put me on the spot.
Okay.
Oh, fucking
19
tight. Plus
plus
insight.
3, so 22.
Yeah, that's his name.
Why did our playlist stop?
You get an insight into the world beyond worlds and see a man struggling to pick a name out of a hat. But yeah.
You said that no one. You were told to keep quiet. Who told you that?
Well, I was talking.
We're not gonna give anyone shit. We're not gonna bring.
I know. No, what you said makes sense. If something's happening, it's felt like something's happening. If something's happening and you guys are gonna do something about it, then that's good. But I just talked to the other guys and they said not to say anything. They said it would make us look weak, and we're already kind of looked down on.
You didn't bring it up to Captain Elliot? What's his face? Norick?
No. Jesus, no. I'll be on latrine duty for a fucking year.
I will scribble down in my book, just kind of quickly transcribe that little poem we got, the Charm Against Nightmares. And I'll just hand it to him. Can you read?
Oh yeah.
This is I found this in a book. It felt significant. It felt important, and it's called "Charm Against Nightmares." Almost looks like a nursery rhyme. I know it's kind of silly, but I said it last night, and I didn't have a spooky dream, and I don't know, gave me some peace of mind. Maybe it can do the same for you.
Thanks. I appreciate it. He just kind of tucks it in his chest piece. Look, I mean, if you talk to any of the other guys, can you not mention me?
Totally.
That's all.
Are you good with a dagger?
I'm better with a bow.
Well,
not bad.
We have a replacement option we're looking at, and the guy has a lot of daggers, so.
Well,
I'm just saying, it's good to have backups.
Very kind. I have to finish my duty with the Enclave, but.
So, a transfer fee? Could we buy you out of your contract, or maybe do a trade, a 1-for-1 deal?
Kind of
Come on, Tommy boy, don't you want to work with us?
Hey, I'd like to, but I made a deal. I made a pledge. It's important.
Appreciate man of his word.
Yeah, that's why we need to get him on our side.
Well, maybe he can keep an eye out on shit and let us know if we come back here what he sees.
Look, I gotta get to my post, but I hope you guys do what you're set off to do. Hope I helped.
You definitely helped, and we'll hopefully come back through here soon, and we'll see you again. We'll talk to you.
Great.
Hey, how about if that little chant thing doesn't end up working, maybe you should keep a piece of parchment next to your bed. If you get any more of these weird dreams that make you feel strange, try writing shit down right away.
Sure, I can try that. Yeah, no problem. But I do have to go. But it was nice to meet you all. I hope you, hope you do what you set out to do.
Take care. Yeah.
He makes his way towards the gates out front as you see the kind of shift change. And night has more or less fully descended around the outpost. You can see all around the outer walls, torches lit, and a large brazier kind of sat towards the training area and this stable area that are currently being lit. Anything else you guys want to try and do?
What are Hondo and Gord doing this whole time?
Yeah, what are you two boys up to?
Raiding the dinner time?
Literally.
Eating and drinking. And
Yep.
then more booze.
As you make your way inside, the two of you make your way into the hall, pursuing Elliot and Francis. There is a decent spread across this large, long kind of not picnic table, a long banquet table. That's the word I'm looking for. And as you make your way towards, it is piled with assorted game meats and cheese and bread and fruits and wine. But yeah, there are in fact a couple of jugs of wine, and you can see on the one end there's a couple of barrels of mead and ale. And Elliot, as he kind of finishes with Francis, looks back to you and Gordon and says, "Please, friends, help yourselves."
You'll be needing more ale, I'm telling you now. And then it's like,
go nuts. Go to town. Make a Constitution check. Just a check. D20 plus your Constitution modifier.
Can Hondo hold his booze?
Okay.
my con modifier is 3, so 18.
Oh. You still there?
Yep. He said 18.
There we go. Sorry. Yeah. You're able to hold your booze for quite a while, and you're well into your cups as the conversation between Francis and Elliot. Do either Hondo or Gore, do either of you speak Elven or Elvish?
I don't speak Elvish.
You have a ringy thingy.
He's kind of in the middle of drinking.
God damn it! The two people who speak Elvish are in the other room.
Isn't my ring for reading only?
I think if you hear it, you can.
It's comprehend, right? So you just understand language, whatever form it is. But yeah, Kyle's right. You kind of have to actively decide to use it.
Comprehend languages. Let me just double check, just for curiosity. Now, in this case, I would say you focused on drinking and are well into your cups. For the duration, you understand the literal meaning of any spoken language that you hear. You also understand any written language that you see, but must be touching the surface on which the words are written. It doesn't decode secret messages and text or glyphs or arcane sigils. So yeah, you could understand language, but you cannot speak a language you don't know.
What I will do is I'll be like, "Hey, speak common."
Yeah, that makes sense. The two of them look over to you, kind of just shocked. And Francis looks to you and says, "Hondo, this is a private conversation.
We're all friends here."
We are indeed friends and business partners, so to speak. However, if it pleases you, we will finish our conversation in common, so you may overhear our discussions of our family and loved ones."
I bring up a drink to them and I say, "Cheers!" and I drink.
Francis takes a sip of wine from this small little goblet of wine, but Captain Norick kind of raises a mug of ale up to you, and then takes a big swig of it and slams it down. Says, "Long since the Tritons have been this way. It's an interesting troop you travel with, friend."
I have been many places, far from water, I can tell you now.
It would seem so. What, besides obviously traveling with Lord Furwild here, what purpose have you in the Vale? Is this strictly for money?
For me, it's always money, my friend. Money, and if there are any women, it even is better.
Well, there are many women, female elves out there in the Vale, though I can't say like your chances with them. As he takes another drink.
Never underestimate a Triton.
Fair enough, friend. Well, as I said, please enjoy your drinks, have some food, and when your friends make their way inside, there are rooms, and he kind of gestures to the one side. He said there are rooms all over there. You can find a place to lay your head for the evening.
Much appreciated. Just beware, my friends. They're a bit of a party buzzer, a bit of a buzzkill. Just so you know. They're no fun.
Fair enough. Well, I'll let you two party animals continue partying. I bid you good night, and to Lord Francis, same to you. We can speak more in the morning, should you find it fit. And he makes his way up into the other side, as Francis raises his glass to you, Hondo, drains it, and says, "Good night, Master Blue," and he departs as well.
you do.
As he walks away, kind of over his shoulder, just says, "Try not to be too hungover. We have a long day of travel ahead of us."
I never let a good hangover go to waste.
Is there anything Brock, Gord, is there anything you want to do as you see Hondo kind of continue just to get fucking hammered?
No, I'm just kind of in the corner looking menacing,
Sure. As you do.
gathering information.
Yeah.
Your cool ass new helmet.
Yeah, which if you do decide to drink, it's kind of like a weird like sip under the helmet.
He needs a curly straw.
Well, they have to be invented first. But
We'll find him a piece of bamboo.
yeah, that's right. That's right. Unless there's anything else from the rest of you guys, there are rooms provided on the upper right wing of this middle kind of central settlement. They're very basic, like a cot full of like hay in the bed, a plain blanket, no windows, and like small candlelight. But it's a place to lay your head for a night. It's relatively safe.
We should take a watch, eh? Like, this was spooky, whatever they encountered.
You just said relatively safe.
I want to take like I want to take second watch. If we're doing a 3 watch, I want to take like deep of night watch, and I'll tell this to the group.
Sure.
Do we want to do 3 watches here? We could again pair off if we want. Keep each other company. Lav, do you want to stay up with your horse for the first watch?
I would really like that. We're bonding so much.
Great. Well, you can also babysit Hondo because he's wasted and not going to bed
I
anytime
don't
soon.
want to babysit Hondo.
Sorry, you got to stay with your horse. It's how it goes. What was that, Honda?
The party's just starting. Come on.
Fine.
Reluctantly, Lavender slinks back down the hall, and Hondo continues drinking.
Horse in tow.
While she's got her horse, she takes a little piece of the spur of lavender and ties it into the horse's, like,
Mane?
yeah.
Like braid it in.
Would they have like a saddle or anything, or is it bareback, baby? Woohoo!
No, they have saddles, like a full bit and bridle, the whole nine. Relatively well made. So you could tie it into like some of the straps around the reins or around the front like pommel of the saddle.
I do that, and then when I'm sitting with Hondo at the bar, I like take a little bit of the alcohol and I start like mixing it in a little dish, and I make this like purple dye. And I have a white horse. I don't know if you guys heard, but I put like little purple in her hair. So on the tip, it's like there's little like purple strands in the horse's hair.
I'm
That's
into
adorable.
Your horse has Allie's hair, is what you're trying to do.
My horse is literally Allie.
Is it not a bridle?
It's bridle.
A bridle? Oh, okay.
BRIDLE.
No, I mean, I knew it was spelled D, but I thought it was still bridle.
No, it's bridle.
Not brittle. Bridle. Bridle? Bit and bridle?
Bridle.
That sounds dumb as hell.
The
Bit and
bridle is like the
rolls
whole.
way better.
Yeah, but a bit is the part of kind of the bridle. The bridle is the whole headpiece.
The bit is the mouthpiece. The bridle
Yeah.
is the rest. And then there's
Everything,
reins.
everything else. Yeah. But usually when someone says grab the bridle, the bit's already attached. So like
That sounds so dumb. Brittle
I just
sounds
grab-
better.
I just grab a bride.
And then I branded the horse.
God.
I'm just kidding.
You just take like
and Hondo.
like finger paint, like put a Lav was here, but on like the butt of the horse. Finger paint.
Pretty dope.
Gotcha.
A cutie mark.
In that case, over your guys' watch, I'd like both of you to make perception checks at disadvantage.
Both of you are
I'm
distracted.
already at a disadvantage.
Yeah, you're at a disadvantage as
I'm with
you are
Hondo.
babysitting
Oh, I
Hondo, decorating a horse, and Hondo is wasted. So,
Roll
Roll
again.
twice on though.
Another
16
one?
for the first one.
What do I
and a
And
five.
5. So lowest in its perception. Perception, right,
I
Kyle?
think, yeah, perception, please. I think Hondo, yours is still pretty good, even at a 5.
do? My perception is a -1. Okay, 6.
Yes, that is 17.
Wait,
17.
you invested in my horse, Aurora.
Aurora, it's
I
perfect.
have named
Love it.
Lavender, you are know what? You're not even sure why you've been put on this watch. It makes no real sense. You're distracted by a drunken Hondo trying to make sure he doesn't accidentally try and stab you again, or intentionally, not even accidentally, and then are in the midst of decorating your horse. And Hondo actually, as you reach a stage that you often do in your drinking escapades, you get over drunk almost. Like you hit a point where like you're kind of sober again, despite drinking like all night. And there's a little wistful sense of remembering your younger days. But as you make it through to mid-evening, or I guess late evening into early evening, or early morning hours, you guys see nothing untoward. There are guards on duty who don't seem to pay you any mind. You don't. Thomas is kind of up in the guard tower, keeping watch outside, but you don't hear or see anything crazy or untoward.
Thank God. I'm not ready.
But your watch comes to an end as we go on to Valentine.
I'll wake up Mary.
Okay, Val and Mary.
I will walk Hondo to the stable.
He's sleeping in
Right
the
down here, buddy. Right down here. This is where we're gonna rest for
The
tonight.
night's over.
Yeah. Just rest right here. Just close your eyes.
All right, I'm good.
Within moments, by the time you turn your back, Hondo is fast asleep.
I assume I look over to Aurora and you're asleep with Aurora.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll go grab Mary and wake her up.
Yeah, I didn't even stand the whole watch.
No, you crashed out.
Weren't even looking outside the stable.
No, Hondo, pissed drunk, still made it longer. Yeah, you wake up Mary, no problem.
It's you and me for this watch.
Yeah, I don't even know what the fuck we're gonna look for. I'm going to. Where do the guards sleep?
Make an investigation check.
20 go. Oh, there it is. 24.
You can tell that there are no guard rooms in the building, in the main building where you guys are sleeping. There are a handful at the base of each tower. You can see that's where they're making their kind of pass as you make your way back out into the middle of this outpost. And you can see each of them kind of those who are exiting as the transition of guard duty swaps midnight as well. You see some like rubbing their eyes and just yawning and trying to wake up. Pardon me. And gauge that, yeah, the sleeping quarters are at the base of each of the towers.
Okay,
Which
I'll
are not
just.
huge towers either. They're kind of just like 2-story structures.
I'm just gonna try to keep like an ear out for like if anyone wakes up screaming or like bad dreams or like it's probably a long shot, but just trying to keep an eye on the guard towers. What during this watch?
In that case, both of you can make perception checks individually.
Yeah, and I'll go on Fern and we'll go on top of one of these towers and just sit there. And we'll sit with like my little feet hanging over the edge and Fern just sitting next to me, and we'll be looking more towards the forest.
Sure. You guys go ahead and make your checks.
Ooh.
I rolled 11 plus 13, 24.
I also rolled a 24.
Nice. Pretty easy for Kyle then. That's good.
Yeah. Mary, you don't catch anything. You don't catch a whole lot of talk between anybody. It seems very, very quiet.
Are they mostly elven, or is it like a lot of humans?
Mostly humans here, actually. The Captain Norik is half elven. You've seen now a single orcish, but the rest are human. And yeah, there's despite your keen ear, you don't pick up anything from within the outpost itself. But Valentine, taking the elevated position with your keen eye, you look out towards the Vale, and with thoughts of 1,000 different thoughts going through your mind, the extent of what this journey could mean for you personally, your patron, what this relic could involve, what the journey itself would to find this thing, who, where, what is Sylvanas, and where this Fey Warden may reside, and just the storied history of this of the Vale itself, kind of enchants you, and scares you a bit. There's a little fear that you kind of only admit to yourself, that there is certainly something dark within yourself and this forest. And it's near the end of your watch that, for the most part, quiet, and nothing coming out of the forest, nothing going into the forest, nothing happening within the outpost itself or in the exterior. But towards the late hours, you notice kind of far off, and it's hard to see, but like I say, with your keen eye, you can see a massive activity within the forest. It's due southeast of this spot where you sit, and you can just see these massive trees swaying and moving, and you can hear a strong wind moving through these rustling branches and trees, but it seems like almost hyper located, in a singular area, a large area, but this area is kind of taking this huge storm, or something beneath is shaking them violently, and it lasts for quite a while. Once you catch eye of it, by the end of your watch, it's still kind of raging on. You're muted.
I even pressed the button. How far is it from where I am?
Make a survival check. See if you can gauge distance at this.
Not bad. That is 22.
It's tough to tell at night, and tough to tell because it's if you were to go straight shot, you think you could probably make it in a day's travel. But your elevated position, and it's kind of up on this raised area that you can see this activity. That's what makes it kind of stand out even more. But you imagine if it was a straight shot, about a day's travel.
Cool. I'll just keep tracking it.
Yeah.
And towards my watch. Does it kind of peter off at the end of my watch, or is it still going?
Doesn't seem to.
I'll actually fly down and radio Mary specifically. Hey, do you want to see something?
Is it Hondo?
No, I would never.
Yeah, sure.
Such a good answer.
Here, come on. I'll extend a hand, and if you accept, I'll just bring us back up to the tower, and I'll just point it out. You'll need your goggles, but just over there, do you kind of see that little motion in the forest?
Mary, make a perception with advantage.
20.
You're really not sure what it is you're looking for, and there's not really anything you're seeing. At a point, you're so focused, it seems like everything is kind of moving, and Val's describing the swaying of trees, and at a point it just kind of seems like the whole thing is kind of shifting weirdly, and it kind of fucks with your vision. You can't quite make out what he's talking about.
It's just this really dark. What's up with the trees?
I don't know. There's something maybe a day's travel there. It's almost like an elevated platform, and there's something big moving the trees there. I don't know if it's a tremor or wind, but it's just.
Is it moving? Well, I guess it depends on how far away it is, but is it
seems localized just in that spot. Like there's something
Right.
happening there.
Well, maybe that's what we check out. Oh fuck, do we check it out or do we avoid it?
Yeah.
We can ask around tomorrow.
Did you get anything from anyone else here?
No, the guards are all very boring.
Well, that's why they're guards.
Hondo snores very loud when he's drunk.
You think
Like
this
it's
is-
something about the gills. Like it's like through the gills.
Yeah, there's some sort of sinus issue there with the gills.
I think he like absorbs the alcohol through his skin. Like he was like, it was all over his face. I don't know.
Can I tell
Was-
you a secret?
Sure.
Lav's having trouble with her magic, and she's kind of nervous about it.
Oh. Seems. I mean, I haven't seen anything. Like, is it like yours? Like it's stopped?
She referred to it as like a frantic energy she can't control sometimes that like bursts out of her in different ways. I don't know if she has like a spontaneous personality, so it doesn't really surprise me that her magic mimics her, but just maybe something to keep an eye on.
Sure, yeah. I'll try to watch her. She told you about it, or did you find out?
She actually told me about it. Yeah, it was a nice moment. So don't bring up that I told you. I don't want to hurt her trust, but
Yeah.
I thought maybe more than one of us should know.
I'm glad she's opening up.
And can you try and keep my stepdad alive during this?
Yes, of course. I'll try to keep your stepdad alive. Does he have any capacity to take care of himself? Did he carry a blade, Kyle? Like, is he equipped at all, or no? Okay. Does his like, whatever the male version of like a handmaid is, what's that called? His like assistant dude, is he equipped at all, or is that all just us?
He didn't have a blade on him. At least not when you saw.
We should probably give him a dagger. But yeah, of course we'll keep him alive. That's what we do.
Okay, I feel better now. It's just
Alright.
my mom would be really upset. Like, ugh, and that would be such a nuisance.
I'm sure. Yeah, that's
That's the sole reason.
absolutely. I totally believe you.
I appreciate your discretion. All right, we gotta wake up Raleigh and Gord.
Yeah.
Shoddy Raleigh.
No, fuck. Gord doesn't like it when I went. All right, fine.
I grab Fern, and without her, I just take off.
Thank you. Use my grappling hook.
Yep.
Like the old days before I could flying things.
I really just wanted you to have that visual. Just like,
You slowly descend back to the ground as you guys go and wake up your last two companions. Do either of you want to make individual perception checks, or one of you with advantage?
How good is your perception, Gord? Mine is garbage.
I think Gord's isn't half bad.
+9.
Oof, yeah.
Oh, you do it then. I'm at mine's 0. So.
Just a perception check.
Yep, with advantage.
So roll twice.
Twice take the higher.
Are you using your cool
6.
new dice or?
16. The two of you spend the last couple of hours of this watch, and the last watch is always kind of the shortest of the group, and nothing really happens. It's relatively quiet. The guards on duty are just like quietly keeping watch, and as sun begins to rise, you don't have any untoward actions from the forest to the forest, in or out of the forest, or around the outpost itself. And daybreak comes quietly.
So I turn to Gord and I go, so with your helmet, is it like super hot under there with your fur too?
I just nod silently.
I go, cool. Yep. Oh, look, the sun.
And indeed, the sun does rise as the wildcards come to, and your next day of adventure comes to fruition. Francis engages Captain Norik once more as he prepares to set off, and you see Grant rushing to prepare the horses and get them back into position with the coach. But early in the day, just shortly after a quick breakfast, you guys are ready to set off again, unless you have anything you want to do. Cool. So with Francis pointing out once more that the plan is just to head kind of directly out of. There's no path. There is a small path from the outpost to the Vale, but beyond, the Captain Norik and the guards kind of make note that they've been kind of instructed not to head within the forest, so it's not well traveled. And truth be told, they don't know what you'll encounter as you guys make your way there, but they keep watch to make sure nothing crazy goes in or out and enters into the borders of Exander. But with that in mind, you guys set off, and within a half hour's ride, you've reached the edge of the Vale. Again, the day is warm and sunny with a crisp bite to the air, but nothing troubling you as you ride to the edge of the woods as the massive treetops tower over you, these thick trunks and branches full of vibrantly colored leaves. And there is this path as you make your way to the edge of the Vale. You see a path before you that begins to kind of fade out of view as the trees seem to loom in and close just outside of your vision in the distance. But you can see shafts of bright sunlight break through the treetops where they are not so close, and they illuminate this path and surrounding forest, and it is kind of an enchanting, beautiful looking forest. And as you begin to make your way into the woods themselves, crossing the border, travel is relatively slow, and I'm just going to double check. You guys are going to keep to your previously established order?
Yeah.
Hondo, as you guys begin to cross into the borders, you begin to find it's difficult to fly above the coach as some of the treetops are a little too low as the top of the coach and then you on the carpet, and you're kind of forced to hang a little lower to the side, more in tandem than atop. But you're able to ride in tandem at the very least, as all of you are able to travel still a little slowly, following this path forward that twists and turns, rounding massive moss and lichen covered boulders and passing beneath vine and bramble that hang down over the paths here and there that out front Valentine and Brawley, you guys have to kind of cut through and carve a bit of a path as without disturbing too much as possible. You make your way through and allowing enough room for the coach itself to travel. All around you, you see quick fluttering movements of animals and birds that, as you guys are kind of making your way through, you see these woodland animals kind of stop and watch, and birds stop and watch from above high in the treetops, and as you kind of look towards their direction, they dart off into the woods. However, as you guys continue forward, I would like Allie or Valentine, either one of you can make a nature or survival check, or one with advantage, I should say.
Do you want to both do one?
Sure. My survival is +5.
Same as mine. So I want to both do one.
Okay.
Is that okay, Kyle? We can do that?
Ooh. 19.
5 + 5 is 10.
Val, you kind of let Brawley take the lead a little bit here, as you kind of hang back, just kind of examining the forest and trying to keep a more watchful eye out to any untoward forces from around. But Allie, as you kind of push forward with Keith, you can see at first the path doesn't seem obvious. It seems like the path kind of comes to an abrupt end. And for a few moments, the two of you kind of look about. But Allie, you see it's kind of more like a camouflage. It's almost hidden. And as you begin to find the path, you make your way around the woods. And you do manage to find the path. However, as you progress further, it becomes a single file path. And you will need to, unfortunately, change your order as of now to accomplish that.
Would the carriage still fit down this path?
It can, though it will be tight. So you'll be traveling at a slow pace.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just tell the group that. Just give a little wave. Let's go single file.
Okay. So who's out front?
I can still stay out front. I got a high perception.
So Val, you want to go ahead of Brawley?
Yes, please.
Val, Brawley, Hondo, do you want to go before or after the coach?
After.
Coach, Hondo, Mary, or Lav, who wants to take point?
Definitely don't want to take one.
Okay. Mary is next. Lavender and Gord remains in the rear.
Are we heading in the general direction of where I saw that disturbance last night?
Currently, you're headed more south, but given your survival check, there's been a couple of twists and turns in this kind of first hour as you've made your way into the treetops, and you kind of got a little bit lost in which direction's which. And as you kind of look back to try and see the edge, you see a forest kind of close in around behind you. There is no obvious signs of the path behind. And in fact, Allie, as you pointed out the path, and now Valentine, as you begin to take the forward march over this next hour, your travel is slow, though it's sunlit, and it is still a beautiful and enchanting looking forest. The path itself seems to unfold before you rather than you following it. The forest itself is kind of allowing you to go where, for now, you want to travel. And over this next hour, it seems to progress comfortably and safely along just like a nice, like, quiet nature walk and hike. It's rather nice. However, Val, I need you to make a nature or survival check.
Would you describe this as like a Pacific Northwest forest? Like, what kind of forest are we talking here?
It's a little bit of everything. It is almost like rainforest interspersed with like coniferous trees, and the large, like, you see these massive redwood trees that poke up out of and take up massive expanses of trunks. But the flora and is all over the place.
Okay. I got 16 for survival. Did you want survival or nature?
It was your choice.
Okay. Yeah, I'll take survival.
Okay. You lead the charge, and again, there's a moment of loss in trying to find the path, but you feel a warmth from Heartbreaker, and it kind of spreads across your chest and kind of collects in your chest and in like the pit of your stomach, and you feel you're in the right direction. You feel confident, you feel emboldened by your connection with your patron and this place, and there's a connection between you and the woods, and it actually seems to open a little wider. The path becomes more forgiving, and you can see further, and you can see the roots and rocks seem to stop abruptly, kind of popping up in your path. It seems a far clearer path, though still a dense forest in all directions, and still kind of unfolding before you.
As I pass a tree, I'll just kind of put my hand on it and say, "Thank you."
Sure. I'd like you to make another survival or nature check.
Ooh, my thank you was not sincere enough. This is a 7.
As you feel the warmth of your patron continue to guide you forward and leading your troop of the Wildcards deeper and deeper into the Vale, you find the path. You take a curve in the path around a large kind of mossy boulder, and it kind of winds around. Though on the other side, the path just kind of abruptly comes to an end. The treetops, and there's this large kind of hanging dark kind of mass of vine and bramble that kind of is immediately where you would have thought the path would continue. And kind of quickly looking around, it doesn't seem like there's anywhere further to go.
I'll get on the earring and be like, Gord, can you still hear me in your new helmet? Does this still work?
Yes.
You kind of have a way with force. Is there any way you could like talk to this forest or kind of ask it to lead us to the Heartwood?
Let me check 1 second.
Hold, please.
1 hour later.
I have the most calming flute music right now.
Did you speak with plants?
Yeah, do you have that? Yeah, maybe you could like talk to the trees, ask them what's going on. Where is their way to the Heartwood?
I'll do that. I shall cast Speak with Plants.
Okay. You cast the spell, and do you have to target like a specific plant you're trying to talk to, or does it just give you the ability to speak with anything you want?
I'm just reading it now.
Okay.
I can just question like whatever.
Okay. Yeah. You have the ability to now speak with the trees and flora of the area around you.
It says any plants within 30 feet. You can
Gotcha.
also cause turn difficult terrain caused by plant growth into an ordinary terrain.
You want me to ask Valentine?
Maybe like, could you guide us to the Heartwood? Which direction's the Heartwood? Or even like, is there darkness in this forest aside from us?
No. I'll ask all those things.
Okay, do one at a time for my own sanity, please. But I'd like you to make a persuasion check with disadvantage.
Persuasion.
So roll 2, take the lower.
$17.
Oh, geez, that's disadvantage. Wow. You reach out and extend your connection, your druidic mind, to the plant life around you. And as you begin your line of questioning, you immediately feel it recoil at you. As you extend your hand to finish the incantation, Valentine, you too witness the leaves of the lower hanging branches and the lower brambles along the ground. They recoil. You see them curl back and almost burn along the edges. Gord, where you set foot on the ground, the grass and weeds that live there just shrivel and kind of decay beneath your feet. But nonetheless, you go forward with your line of questioning and receive a response in a flurry of kind of wind and kicking up of dust and fallen debris and leaves on the ground. and it kind of bursts through the brambles directly in front of you, and you see a path kind of forge forward. You can see the trees kind of part way, so to speak, and you can hear, though you see no trees obviously speaking to you, Gord, you feel a telepathic kind of line of communication between you and the forest at large, and says, "Darkness abounds within these boughs, though none as powerful as the one you bear in your heart." And then one of the other, what was the other question? It was like, okay, Heartwood, Darkness, what was the other one?
Heartwood, Darkness, and...
Is that it?
That was it. That feels
Okay,
good.
cool.
Unless Gord has another question you'd like to ask.
Yeah, like you still have time, you can ask more. I was just trying to remember what all you said. Do you have anything?
They want to know like where to avoid, or like where shouldn't we go?
I like that.
Sure. This time I'd like you to make an intimidation check.
Ooh, that's good.
Straight roll intimidation.
$33.
What the fuck?
33, did you say?
What's your intimidation?
13.
Oof.
Oh, you rolled a nat 20? Oh,
Yeah.
shit.
Baby, you gotta say nat 20.
Well, you're doing the digital roll, aren't you?
Yeah, I do it on the D&D.
So it automatically adds. So you don't
cool.
even know. Yeah.
A little less exciting when you get a natural 20 because it takes
Because you don't know. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, just look in the bottom right corner.
It just gives you the total.
Your screen should explode with like
Yeah, you should get
20, 20,
Yeah.
20, 20.
Yeah, it should.
Take notes, D&D Beyond. Yeah, as you channel this question forward, and it is not like you scream out or demand or yell, but your presence, your imposing nature, and your the darkness that is imbued within you and upon you. All of you watch as the boughs pull away from you above, and you see this kind of opening in the clouds above, and like light begins to pour down. But Gord, the trees directly in front of you kind of begin to turn gray and ashy along the bark. And they respond saying, where you go and what you find within these woods is dependent on what lies within your heart. If you seek darkness, you will find darkness. If you seek light, light will find you. If you are unsure, who knows where it will take you? And that answers your question.
Do you relay that to the group?
No.
What do you tell the group?
They didn't say anything.
But we did see this like path appear.
You
right?
see the path open in front of you, as and you could easily see like that as the response.
Well, that looks good to me. I think you did it. Could I make a check? Do I notice the wilting, and do I make a note of similar wilting at the Fleur Wild Garden?
Yeah, I would say your passive insight and perception and investigate, all of your passives combined, make sense that you would put the connection of Gord, either the plant life around him reacting unfavorably or something he is doing, pardon me, is causing this to happen. Although this time, different than the last, like he was actively casting a spell to interact with nature. So you're kind of you're not sure that maybe he did something before and you didn't see it. Maybe like whether it's connected to his spell casting or what specifically, you're not 100%.
But it was
But
positive.
there's a connection.
This worked though, so I'm okay with it for now. Great. Well, thanks, Gord. I think we got a path forward here now.
You do.
We'll confidently follow this path.
Your Valentine's still taking point?
Hell yeah.
Okay. Okay, no worries. I just saw that message. Like, need to move my car. Like,
definitely someone has to leave or come back.
Or just like
Yeah.
runs off and goes and like takes the caravan and
Gotta park in a specific order in the driveway.
I'm used to that. I remember that. Do we want to take a little break here? Is this a good moment, Kyle, or do you want to keep going?
Let's keep going a little bit.
Okay.
It won't be the end of the world, because I still need you to make a survival check.
Sure. Fuck, it's the exact same one, so 7.
Okay. As Gord opens this path ahead of you, and you confidently just begin to follow, by Gord's guidance and his connection with these plants, they seem to provide you a path forward to hopefully where you believe you're going. But as Gord did not share anything with you, you just follow along. And this path doesn't seem to lose you. It does seem to continue, though within half an hour, you find the trees are growing denser and it's getting darker. There's not so much sunlight breaking through, but that happens in forests. And you all begin to continue forward. And Mary, Gord, Valentine, Hondo, you guys begin to pick up sounds within the trees beyond of creatures moving and stirring within. That's not been uncommon. These seem a little larger, but perhaps deer size, something of that effect. But every now and again you hear a snap of a twig and a sudden movement, but nothing breaks through the boughs and moves to attack. However, you make your way forward, and for about an hour or so, it gets darker and darker still. Then finally, you come around this small clearing that is marred by a thicket of bramble, similar to the bramble that blocked your path before, though different in coloration. You see these thin cord-like vines that descend from the treetops and kind of crisscross across the path forward of this black vine that is faintly tinted with a blue hue. It kind of stretches across the space and wraps around, constricting around trees and like forcing them into these smaller to restrain them and not grow as thick and tall as they could. And you see these blue thorns that kind of dot their length. And also along them and along the ground here, you see these blackberries that also seem to be connected to this bramble. But it does seem to be blocking your path currently.
I'll approach that very warily. Is there any like stick or anything
Tons.
that I could pick up and just throw at this bramble?
Tons.
Yeah.
You dismount Fern, and you grab a broken branch, nothing huge, and you throw it, and it smacks into this bramble, and you see it. Nothing jumps out at you.
Is my boy Gord back yet? Probably not. I will. I'll take out Heartbreaker.
Okay.
And I'll just go up to these. I'll tell the group what's happening. Got some brambles here. It's kind of making a thicket blocking our path. They look weird, though. I'm going to try and see if I can carve a path through.
Sure.
Famous last words. And
Make
then
an attack roll.
Yeah. With Heartbreaker, that is a 24.
That definitely hits. Roll damage.
No. Great. 8 plus 7. 15.
Yeah, I was trying to do that quick. Did not.
Radiant damage, if that factors in. Oh, yeah.
You carve through with one swipe and then a second, and you can see you immediately cut through. They're not incredibly thick, but one thing of note, as you carve through, you do see a kind of like steam release as you carve through with your radiant blade, whether it's a reaction to the radiant or just something other effect. You are not immediately sure, but you carve through and you can see parts of it kind of descend on either side, and a section has been carved free, though it does seem to continue a little further. You'll need another swipe or two.
Sure.
Does it look like a wall of thorns, like it could be a spell, or does it look natural?
Go ahead and make a nature check.
Oh god, I rolled a 9 total.
Okay.
9 total.
As Valentine calls out that there's some weird shit going on, you guys kind of begin to group up a little closer. It is a little bit of a clearing, so you're able to all kind of get a little closer to this area, though it will be easier to dismount. So Mary, as you kind of go to try and figure out a little bit more about this, knowing it's not your area of expertise, you reach out and kind of grab hold of some of the stuff that's fallen now that Valentine is making his first swipe through. It's kind of fallen off to the side, and you grab it, and it's cold to the touch, and that kind of surprises you, you didn't expect it to be like grabbing like an ice cube, but in a vine. And it kind of shocks you a bit, and you kind of pull back, and as you do, one of the thorns nicks your finger a bit, and you can see a little pooling of blood, but it's just a thorn. But it was cold, and that kind of freaks you out a bit. Make your second attack. If you
Really good. 17 plus 12 is
throw damage, please.
a lot.
You definitely made it work.
You hit
5
stationary
plus 7.
plants.
Yeah.
12.
Yeah, again, this time you carve through, and it's not like you find resistance necessarily, because you definitely cut through. It is just vine and bramble. But as you cut through, your swipe kind of hits a little bit of the tree, that one of the sides that it's kind of wrapped within and around. And as you swipe through, a hunk of something falls out of the tree and at your feet. And you kind of pull back and recoil, and all of you kind of look around as you see wrapped around a hunk of flesh, these vines and thorns are dug into this like torso-sized hunk of flesh. You can see it is blackened and red, where it has been torn out and ravaged remains of some creature. Flesh torn from bone. You see limbs long torn loose from sockets. There are long slash marks and these gash marks in where hunks have been torn free. And as Valentine, as you carve through it too, where your blade kind of nicked part of it, you can see it too kind of begin to melt. It was also a little like frozen. And where the radiant blade kind of carved through, you see it kind of sloshing a little bit, and as it was flash frozen almost. And now that you can see it pooling around, this blood and viscera is like slushy around the ground.
I'll immediately be like, everyone take a perimeter check right now.
Sure.
There's a body in here.
Everyone can make perception checks. As you see Francis kind of peer out of his door and say, Valentine, what's happening here?
Get back
Okay.
inside.
You see his initial reaction is to fight, but he looks about and then ducks within. But you can see he's still kind of like looking, but he's within the coach. Allie, perception?
14.
Hondo? Mary?
Natural 20, so 26.
Cool. Lav?
A dope 4.
Okay. Hondo, did you roll?
I think it's an 17.
17?
No, 15.
15? Gord?
25.
Attaboy.
Ooh. And Val?
Oh, I didn't even roll it. That one.
I suppose, I was going to say, actually, you shouldn't even make one. Like, you're the one to call out. So, like,
it's just
it makes
looking
sense
at
that
it.
other people do it. Gord, Hondo, actually, all of you, except Lavender. You rolled a
petting
4.
Aurora.
I'm just braiding Aurora's hair.
What's going on?
Yeah, unfortunately, it is a tight space. So, like, you're kind of in the back, unfortunately, as everyone else is pressed forward. The rest of you look about, and though the woods have grown darker and you didn't happen to notice before, you look up into the treetops around and you see nothing immediately. You look deep within the woods around, and it's hard because where there is a space between trees, you just see another tree. Though eventually, as Val calls for you to look about, you all look up into the treetops once more, and in the glint of radiant light from Heartbreaker and this pinkish golden light, you see the glint of many eyes, many black beady little eyes within the treetops. You see maybe 30 of these crows that are sitting within the treetops, hidden within the darkness above. As you finally take a look at them, a haunting shrill caw rings out from all of them in unison, followed by a flutter of wings and another caw as they take up and dive down. I need everyone to roll initiative.
Oh, shit. Literally started a new playlist, starts with crows time.
Yeah.
Terrifying.
Good timing.
Yeah, that's good.
Oh, shit.
I rolled a 24. I can rush to the bathroom.
I got 14.
Yeah, just to preface this, I'm not going to do a map for this. They're crows. But it's going to be...
Amanda, your mic's a bit low.
Mine? Sorry?
Amanda's mic is...
Amanda.
Oh yeah, I was so far away. I got a 14.
Okay, 2 seconds. I'll do a full
Thanks,
run
Kat.
through with everybody. Let's get my... There you are. Ooh. Okay, so 25 to 20.
I got 20.
Okay. Did Scott roll before he left?
Yeah, he got 18 plus 6.
Yeah, he's
24.
he's up there. So Val, Gord, 20 to 15.
18.
19.
So Hondo, Mary, Allie, Alana, Lav, what'd you roll?
14.
Okay. And that's that. Okay, as Valentine, you return to the table. You're up first.
These guys are dive bombing me. Have they hit us yet?
They have not. You managed to get everyone's attention quick enough to their sudden attack, and you managed to already have your blade drawn and ready to go. You are first in initiative, as they are. They're up in the treetops. They're about 15 kind of feet up away from you, and are beginning their dive towards you. And you can see, like I say, there are about 30 crows or so here.
I will take like a couple steps forward, and with Heartbreaker, I'll like slam it against my hand like that and cast Thunderwave at level 2 out at them.
Okay. What's the cone of Thunderwave?
It's a 15-foot sphere, so I'll like picture it like the spheres above us.
Centered on you, or just anywhere? What's the range?
The range is
Starting from you, 15 foot.
Exactly, yeah. So I
So-
kind of pictured it like above me, 15 feet, if I can do that.
They are at 15 feet, so they are just beyond.
Then I will.
Unfortunately, sorry.
That's okay. I'll just throw 3 Eldritch Blasts.
Roll them.
Lowest is a 6 plus.
It'll hit, probably.
Great. Lowest is a 16.
It's like plus 10 at least, so.
Yeah.
Yep.
16 or 6, 14, 17. Everything plus 10. I'll roll 3d10. Wow. 10, 20, 26. Plus,
26.
Yeah, plus 5 for each of those. So 26 plus 15 is
36
41.
and 5 is 41. Okay.
It's my best Eldritch Blast I've ever done in my whole life, and it's
That
against
was
crows.
amazing. Wow, yeah. You fire your Eldritch Blast immediately, passing over the idea of Thunderclap as they are just out of range. And as the Eldritch energy, you see it just careen through and like take out 2 and 3 at a time. And you see a full like swarm of 10 drop as your Eldritch Blast just like ping pongs off of each of them and drops them with this all around you. But there are
Perfect.
still 20 or so at the ready.
And then I will shout out to Mary. Remember what I said last night? And I'll inspire her.
Okay. Mary, you have inspiration.
Mhm.
You going to stay where you are?
Yeah.
It's a relatively small clearing, so you don't have a whole lot in terms of movement, just to keep that in mind for everybody. I'm doing this a little theater of the mind. So it will be tight moving, but if you want to try and move somewhere in position, I'll let you know what you're looking at.
I'll try and run back to Fern a bit, so I could maybe mount him next turn or something like that.
Sure. Fern would have pulled back a little way, so you can use most of your movement to get towards him, but it leaves towards like the back of the group, so to speak, kind of close to the cart.
Sure.
Coach. But Gord, you're up.
I will cast Thunder Wave.
What's the range of Thunderwave? Is it the same 15-foot cone?
15-foot cube.
They are unfortunately 15 feet away, so they are just beyond the range of that spell.
Well, fuck.
You can hold it. I should have given the option to Scott as well. I'm sorry, I just kind of remembered.
No, it's cooler to do something.
I mean,
You
they
had your
probably
best Eldritch
didn't
Blast
dive
ever.
bomb
So.
it.
Can't deny it.
Yeah, like you could hold that spell should they look like they're literally like about to come towards you, and they will within your range when they have a second to go. So if you wanted to hold it until they're within range, that's your call. Or you can do something else.
I'll just do Eldritch Blast.
You got it. Roll 3 d20s. Plus 9.
roll all three at the same time?
If you would just do one at a time and just tell me the total, because it just be like you just click like attack, like your spell attack, Eldritch Blast cast, right? And then
First one is a 20.
Hits.
Second one is an 8.
That's a miss, unfortunately.
An 8 plus. I thought it was a +9. You said.
He might not have some. I might have had it wrong. Might be a +7, because his stat is only a +3.
Right.
It's +10 actually.
Oh, well then, how'd you roll it? So are you rolling just the 20 right now?
Sorry, so the first one would have been 30 then, and the second one would have been 18.
So the first one is a natural 20, is what you're saying. You rolled a 20.
Which means double damage.
So yeah, so you all three hit. You can roll double the first D10.
Third one's 26.
Yeah, all three hit. So the first D10 you roll, double that number, and then the other two are just straight D10s.
Did you roll a d10?
Hello?
You still there?
There we go. I don't think we lost you there. Did you roll a d10?
What?
Did you roll damage? Did you roll a D10?
Did you get my third roll?
Yeah, that one hit. Yep.
Okay.
So 3.
D10 is 4.
Okay, so that
So
doubles to 8. Second one.
Another D10?
Yeah.
7.
Okay. And last one. Same D10.
2. Wow.
That's all right. Hey, damage is damage. Okay, that it takes him to that. Yeah, sure. No, that's all right. That's right. Okay. Yeah, your same Eldritch Blast following Valentine's lead. You fire off the Eldritch Blast, and again, you slam into about 4 or 5 of these crows, and they just suddenly the ground is being littered with these bodies of these just destroyed birds. That's your action. Do you want anything for a bonus or move?
Yeah, I'll stay put.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot of room to like maneuver around in this area. You got a lot of mounts and things, but as you hold your position, one of the swarms does manage to dive bomb, and they fly down and are going to make their dive towards Valentine.
Oh boy.
And you see Val as about 10 of these crows just begin to veer off and follow you as you pull back towards Fern, and they just swarm around your entire body. You're having difficulty seeing anybody else. You are considered blinded as they are surrounding you, and they begin to attack with their beaks.
Little tiny stabby stabs.
Yeah, that's a 25 to hit.
Ooh, that hits.
You take 13 points of piercing damage.
Okay.
That is another 25 to hit. Wow. That's crazy.
Okay.
For 13 points of damage.
Okay.
And a last beak. Wow. 25. That's crazy. For 13 points of damage. What
Jesus.
the fuck just happened? Just a swarm of these beaks just pecking and clawing and grabbing hold of your clothes and just specifically trying to claw into your face. One of them snaps really close to your eye and you just move out of the way, but another claws and scrapes across your cheek, leaving
my
a
best
large
feature.
gash in your cheeks. And they remain around you. That brings us to Hondo. There is now a group of birds around and swarming and attacking Valentine, and another about to dive bomb towards your group at the front here.
Okay, are they in like trees right now?
They're about to, like, they're just taking flight. They're about to dive down.
Are we surrounded by woods?
Yes.
Okay.
You're in a small clearing
I'm
of maybe
so-
about 20 feet.
I'm terrified of what you're about to say.
So what I'm gonna do is, I'm gonna light a Molotov cocktail
Oh.
and I'm gonna set the forest on fire.
Okay. Are you throwing it at them or at, like, around the
I'm gonna-
forest?
Throw it at the trees nearest to them.
Okay.
This is such a Hunter move.
You use your bonus action to light one of your bottles, and you throw it into the air. Make a straight dexterity attack.
Oh god.
So D20 plus 5.
The forest is gonna be so mad at us.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, that'll hit.
that was a 12.
D12 plus 5, 17. You manage to throw this bottle, and it slams off of one of the bird's beaks and shatters, and the liquor and fire clings to this kind of like low, almost like cobwebby things that are up within the treetops, and it begins to catch fire. Roll 3d6.
Yes.
$11.
11 points, okay. Yeah, you deal some damage to the initial swarm of crows, and the forest is indeed catching fire. At least this tree and this kind of upper level of, I don't know, this like cobwebby kind of like moss and stuff that is hanging within the trees, kind of like Dagobah, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It has begun to catch fire. That is your action and bonus action. Do you want to just stay there?
Because there's nowhere I can take cover, right?
You could try and get within the trees or pull back. Like, the best cover right now would be like towards like the area of the bramble that Valentine has cut open. But that in itself, like, it would be like pulling away from the encounter. But
Okay.
hey,
The carpet will get very tangled.
I would say you're off the carpet right now because everyone kind of moved forward to investigate. Everyone is dismounted. But that'll end Hondo's turn. Takes us to Mary. Allie, you're on deck.
How far away are we from the caravan thing?
You're only about 10 feet.
Okay. I'm going to, listening to Valentine, make my way over to there.
Okay.
Are they open windows or are they closed?
Yep, they're open. You can see there are like curtain coverings, but it is more or less open. There's no like glass or it's not fully just closed. Not a box.
Okay. I'm going to, and the like driver guy's still up there, right?
He has yet to move yet, so he is still in the driver position, kind of recoiling, especially seeing as Valentine had pulled closer to the cart, so the swarm that is on Valentine is about 5 feet away from him, and like the horse is out front.
Okay. I'm going to climb up on top of the caravan.
Okay. That'll use, I would say, your full move.
Yeah, that's fine. But will it, if I'm up there, am I high enough to do anything? That was kind of my goal. I should have asked that first.
High enough to do anything in what way?
To like hit him with a sword.
Oh, not the swarm that is still in the air. You could hit the ones that are around Valentine because they've swooped down to the ground.
Okay, what I'm going to do then is I'm going to get up kind of near the driver, and I'm just going to hold my attacks until they come and like try to attack the caravan or the horses, like whatever's right there.
Sure, makes sense.
Just trying to protect that.
Absolutely. You're going to hold your action, use your movement. You're good for a bonus.
I mean, oh shit, yeah, you can't hold your bonus action to do anything. Can I just use my bonus action to look around to see if there are any figures or anyone else hiding outside of just these crows, or maybe more crows hiding in the background?
Yeah, you have that ability.
Yeah, I can't remember what it's called.
Yeah, like normally no, but you have an ability to do that. So yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Make a perception.
That's a... Where's my thing? 17.
You look around quickly, trying to keep your eye trained on all these fast fluttering movements of these birds, but you don't see anything untoward within the woods beyond, though they are very thick, and there's a chance that something is still hiding out there. It is incredibly difficult to see beyond this initial clearing.
Okay. I'll hold my attack and I'll just kind of call out, Francis, if there's anything to close them. Get yourself in there.
You got it. That'll end your turn. Hold your action. Allie, you're up.
Okay, are there any more crows that are kind of flying down low that I can whack, like the ones near Val?
You can make your way over to Valentine and start clearing them. They are within hit striking distance.
Okay. I will go and attack them.
Sure.
So that is 23 to hit.
That hits.
Okay.
Roll damage.
Oh, not great. $10.
10 points of damage. Okay.
Yeah.
You manage to strike down heavily on one, and as your strike carries down, Val, you get clipped with a little bit of the thunderous energy that comes off of her hammer. You take 5 points of damage
I'm so sorry.
as the hammer strikes true, but you deal 10 points to them. That's your first attack.
Okay. Oh my god, 30 to hit?
Yeah, that'll hit.
She's gonna kill me.
I'm so sorry. 28 damage.
Now you take 14 points of damage as Allie's second, you bring your hammer up and around and you pin one to Valentine's breastplate, but Val knocks the wind out of you. You take that damage, but Allie, you manage to, with that, you smash that one, and the thunderous energy kind of rings off of your hammer, and the others are dispersed as the ones around Valentine all fall dead. And Valentine is kind of okay.
Is
I
dead.
just kind of look and go, oh my god, I'm so sorry.
It's okay. It's okay.
Yeah, you are definitely having trouble catching your breath, but you're no longer being swarmed and attacked by crows. That's nice.
And the fire spreading?
Not yet, but it will. It is now.
What did Hondo do?
The swarm dives down towards Hondo as they were initially damaged by the fire. And Hondo, they swoop down within your space, surrounding you on all sides and just pecking and nipping and biting. The first one is a 20 to hit.
Oh, yeah, that will, of course, yeah.
Second is a 15 to hit.
That will not.
And the last is a natural 20.
Yep.
Hell yeah. So, on the first attack, Hondo, you take 14 points of damage. 14 points of piercing damage. And on the natural 20, you take 28 points of piercing damage. As this one manages to one of them swoops down, and as you bat it away from your eye, it grabs onto your neck towards your gills, and it rips at your gill on the one side, and one of your gills is torn. And you feel this spurt of blood pour out as it deals a pretty hefty blow. And you are surrounded and blinded, but they fly away from you and back up to the treetops, away from the fire, and more central above. That ends your turn. Lavender.
I'm going to fire some magic missiles.
Do it.
And I'm going to do it at a level 3 so that I get an extra one. So how many do I got here?
It should be 5d4.
Yeah.
Plus 5 total.
You roll 5d4s.
Okay, great.
I think that's all we have right now. So just roll, 3 and then 2. Plus 5 for each of them?
Plus 5 total, but it'd be plus 1 per. You know what I mean?
16.
Okay. As these crows rise up and away from Hondo, you send your magic missile energy from the wand of magic missiles, and it automatically connects, and you see crows dropping with each blast. Though they are still kicking.
Can I do a bonus and do any curing?
You want a healing word?
Yeah,
Sure.
I will.
You can do a first level.
First level?
Yeah, because you cast a third technically.
Okay, I'll healing word Hondo.
Okay. Watching
See
them
how it
tear
is.
into his flesh.
That's how you treat your friends. That's fine.
What do you say to Hondo?
I say, how about we bury the hatchet before they bury their beak into your carotid?
I think that is a great idea, right?
And roll a d4 plus
Ooh.
5.
I do
Nine.
it too.
Max.
Excellent. Hondo, you heal 9 points. Lav, do you want to stay where you are?
Yeah.
The remaining crows have kind of flown back up to 15 feet, kind of center mass above everybody. And that'll take us around again to Valentine.
Ooh, me again? So the ones that were on me flew off a bit.
The ones that were on you were decimated by Alana.
Great.
They are all dead. The only remaining, as you kind of look up and about catching your breath, there are a handful left above, kind of middle of this clearing above you, just kind of cawing and about to make a move.
I will fire 3 more blasts. Eldritch blasts.
Sure.
Classic Warlock. Natural 1 for the first one.
Ooh.
16
Warlock.
for the next one.
Okay. Hits.
It's 16 plus 10, so 26.
Definitely hits.
So just 2. These 2.
Should be enough.
8 and 6 plus 5 for each, so
Yeah.
24.
With your 1 blast goes a little wide, but 2 manages to hit 1 and decimate it, and the other hits 1, which careens down into the last remaining crow and ends the initial bout. As you look about, and there are 30 of these dead crow corpses just littering around the space around you. You breathe a moment. Nothing further seems to push its way out of the woods, and the initial assault seems to come to an end.
Hondo, use the water in the forest before you burn this whole thing down.
It does roll another 3d6, as we would have got to your turn about now. Hondo?
Wait, I don't have, I can't shoot water cannons.
You have the jug now. So you
Oh,
can-
right.
Well, first you got to roll 3d6.
Okay.
You're a Blastoise now, Hondo.
Because you have set the forest on fire. Okay, another 12 points. The initial burn is kind of spreading now to the actual tree rather than this cobwebby exterior and moss and stuff. It is beginning to catch these kind of you can see the trees around this kind of clearing are a little gray and a little bit more brittle and decayed, and they do seem definitely more flammable than the rich green of the previous forest.
Excellent.
It does begin to continue to burn.
Hondo.
All right, I'll do it. Sorry,
Under the emergency fireman on the carpet.
Yeah.
Getting the water.
So you're using the decanter of endless water. Okay. I would say actually make a dexterity check, just d20 plus 5. Yeah, you take a little bit of fire damage as you have to get kind of close to try and make this happen. I'm gonna say you take 5 points of fire damage, trying to put out your own fire.
Oh my god, yes!
It's on brand.
But within a short time, you're able to douse the flames as Francis and Grant kind of step up. Mary, you relax your protective stance as you see the ground littered with corpses of dark crows.
While I'm up here, can I try to see, since I'm up a little higher, like what's potentially on the other side of this bramble, or like if there is actually any path
You can make a
from a
perception
higher
check,
standpoint?
but
have vowels.
with disadvantage.
Okay, well I still have
You still have inspiration.
which is
That's
why I want
gonna-
to use.
It's going to burn in 10 minutes.
That's why I want to use it.
That's smart.
Is it a D10, Scott?
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Disadvantage? Oh, I rolled 2 16s.
Nice.
And only a 2 on the inspiration. But, so that's...
That's pretty good.
What's my thing? 23.
It is difficult to see through as the nature of this dark and tight forest ahead. Though with Valentine having carved a section of this bramble away, you're able to kind of peer through, and you can see ahead of you this kind of another small clearing, though it looks like you've kind of made your way towards a what looks almost kind of swampy. You can see some like low-lying like marsh area now kind of ahead of you, and it looks like there's like a low-lying fog kind of just ahead of you. You can just see there's some swampland ahead, but the path does continue.
Guys, are we sure we're going in the right direction? Or I guess we don't even know what the right direction... How do we know where we're going?
The Gord talked to the forest, and then it made a path for us.
I guess. The cart's going to be interesting to try to get through that soft land up ahead.
I'll stagger, bloody, wiping my wounds towards the body, and let's try and can I try and see if I can make out if this was an Emerald Enclave person, was it a humanoid or an elf?
You can make a medicine check.
Medicine?
While he's doing that, can I cure or healing word Valentine?
Sure.
What do you say to me?
I say, hey, while you check on that guy, let's make sure you don't end up like him.
Thank you. It's good.
8.
Right.
Let me just add that, and I rolled a 15 for my medicine check.
Sorry, I just realized we lost Brock.
No.
God!
That's okay. I'll Jagger Brock for the time being.
Oh,
He said his internet has gone down. Just finish without me. The ongoing struggles of new internet continue.
Yeah.
Dear Gord.
That sucks. Okay, so going forward, I will... That's funny. I will play the Gord part. He says nothing.
Good.
You guys... What was happening?
Sorry, 15 on my medicine check.
Thank you.
Lav just healed.
I've healed you for 8.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you... 15 medicine. You look at the body. It looks humanoid. Difficult to identify race, but certainly humanoid of the fairer races. It has been just ravaged, though. You can see like sharp bite marks and teeth marks and long like slash marks of claws or daggers or blades of some kind. But also it's been like flash frozen in this encounter some way, or maybe perhaps afterwards. It's difficult to identify that. However, one thing you can identify is the bramble, this black vine, this black and blue vine that is wrapped around this corpse, is coming from within the corpse. You see it's like rooted within the corpse itself. And as you kind of pull away what looks like Emerald Enclave armor, you can see, like, you kind of pull away the chest piece, what's remaining, like kind of half the chest piece that's left, and you can see a torn chest cavity, and where the heart sits, it's shriveled and blackened, and bursting from within it are the base of these roots of these black and blue brambling vines.
Don't like that shit.
No, that's not great.
I'll, can I look around this little gather thicket and kind of just make an estimate? Like, obviously there's more than one of these corpses here. Like, I'm just trying to guess.
You
Like,
can make
based
an
on the
investigation check.
Based on the amount of bramble there is, you mean?
Ooh, really good. 18 plus 7 is
25. You do begin to search. Make a
Intelligence.
No. Make a sleight of hand check.
Ooh. I'm killing it tonight. 23.
Okay. You do manage to kind of carve through a space with Heartbreaker, just trying to search through, almost using it to like poke and prod through. And you do indeed see another similarly destroyed corpse. And this one too looks like it has bits and pieces of leather armor. You see no insignia, but similar leathers. Could be the same. It might be someone much older. Who knows?
I'll head back to the wagon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're not far.
Give a little knock on the door. Hey, it's okay now. You're all right.
Francis was kind of already at the window, is kind of looking out at this corpses of crows. Says, this place is far more menacing and ominous than I had been led to believe. Perhaps we've gone a wrong way or something.
Yeah. We found what's left of some of the Emerald Enclave. They're the bodies up ahead, and these, don't know how to say this plainly, so I'll just say it. Those vines you see, the thorns, they're bursting from the hearts of the fallen Emerald Enclave. You can see it if you want. You might not want to.
Trust your word. Thank you for telling me.
Sorry.
Is it possible to bury them?
I'm worried about touching more of this stuff. When I first attacked this, that's kind of when the crows happened.
Say no more. I again defer to your expertise in this world. I just hope to, well, it wouldn't make a difference, I suppose.
Did you bring your walking shoes?
Yes.
Great. You should put them on because this cart's not going to make it through what's up ahead.
Well, in truth, I would rather ride a horse, which I will likely do.
well, did you bring your horse's walking shoes? And then I walk away.
You just hear like, I mean, yes. You see the cart, in theory, the coach could push through, but it would be a tight squeeze, and there's definitely, as you kind of push forward and Mary is in the midst of investigating, you do see more swampland ahead.
And just to confirm, you were describing the bodies, the wounds on the bodies. They weren't all like piercing crows. There were some like longer gashes, some like bite marks.
It looked more like the core of them were either blades or claws, and then you definitely saw some like jagged of like a tooth, like a maw bit down and tore. Not something a crow would do.
Okay, great.
What if we hook Keith up in tandem with the horse? Give it a little bit of extra goat power to tug it through some difficult spots.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Yeah.
Attach the horse to Keith.
Attach what? Sorry.
Add Keith to the cart so he can help like pull, or even like if he goes behind with his horns, like push it through if it gets stuck or in difficult spots.
Oh, okay. So instead of Francis getting on one of the horses.
Well, we'll see how far we can go.
Yeah, I'm
rather
down
than
with
just
that.
rather than just abandoning it.
Okay. Sure.
Just as an option, like maybe even pushing from behind with his horns might even work better, because then he can like specifically help if a certain wheel gets stuck.
For sure.
If he's willing.
No problem. You guys are able to set that up within a short time, and are able to try and push forward through this this path ahead. Do we want to maintain the previous order, with the exception of Allie? Do you want to be pushing behind the coach to try and nudge it forward, or like in tandem with the other two horses with Keith ahead, like now just strapped and him pulling a little harder?
Yeah, I'll hang out with him.
Okay, but like, do you want him in the front or behind?
Probably behind, to push it.
I think
Okay.
that's a good idea.
Yeah.
Sure.
He's like there just in case it gets stuck,
Yeah.
and then he can go to like a specific spot and try to help it out, or
Okay.
like lift it out or something.
So just to keep everyone up to date, order will go Valentine, the coach, Brawley, Hondo, Mary, Lav, Gord.
Perfect.
Cool.
I'll switch with Allie just so that there's still a fighter up front.
Okay.
Good.
So
Nice.
let me just rewrite. Val, Mary, Coach, Allie, Hondo, Lev, Gord.
You know what? I'll switch with Lav.
Okay.
But
Lav out front. Then Valentine in the lead. I would need you to make another survival or nature check.
Okay, it's been shit 2 times. Let's try this again. Nice, better. Nat 14 plus 5 is 19.
Okay. You begin to set off into this kind of gloomy, like, swampland, marshish area. And it is indeed tougher travel. Allie, can I get you to throw an athletics check for Keith?
Start a trial of YouTube premium on us.
He's a strong boy. He can do it.
He can do it. This is athletic. It is.
It's just strength and smellistic.
Yeah, if he doesn't have it under skills, just do it plus strength.
Okay, so he is 14.
Okay. That's enough. There are a handful of times over the next hour that you find the cart, its wheels sink into, and suddenly it just shifts and comes to a halt. And Keith actually goes around the side and like lifts it up with his horn against, and the horses pull, and you're able to get it back on track. And other times where it just gets slowed, and he just puts his head down and pushes it forward with you guiding him from behind. And you're able to push the cart at actually a fair pace despite this kind of shitty terrain, this marshlands. And Val out front, you do also, as you make your way, you see the path form around you again, and you can see it begin to open up, and you can see it begin to take a bit of a consistent curve, and you kind of just continuously follow this curve, and slowly over the hour, you find yourself rising up and out of this swampy marshland, and back onto kind of an open area forest path, though through kind of denser, low-lying like rainforest, large like ferns and things like that, kind of large blooms of red and purple flowers are kind of along the sides, and it's a certainly brighter and more enchanting forest than the former gloom that you were in. And you manage to kind of follow this new path for an hour, another hour, and you begin to see the light above the treetops dim from a bright sunlight day to, again, sun beginning to set. You've got a short time before your travel day will be over. And I will need you, unfortunately, to make one last survival or nature check.
No worries. Survival, baby. One better, so 20. 15 plus 5.
Perfect. You make your way into a clearing of more of these ferns and these larger flowers, and there's a small pool of water actually that is kind of like kind of coming from this thin stream that is slightly faintly running through this like faint babbling brook off just out of this clearing. And it's another clearing of maybe like 20 feet in size. It's not massive, but the path leads you to it, and you can see up into the sky above where it's open, and these beautiful colors kind of rain down and illuminate the area. And it is definitely in stark contrast to the previously crow-infested one. Though you do notice over the last couple of hours of your journey, every now and again, you catch the odd caw of a crow amidst the other woodland creature sounds and bird chirps. And every time it kind of catches you off guard. And it seems close, but you never quite spot it. And as you guys find this open clearing, you see, as you make it into this clearing, there is a crow sat on a branch directly ahead that flies off as you make your way. An omen or something you're reading into, you're not sure.
Raise my hand for one moment. I just let it fly.
Okay.
Should we post up here? Gord, what about dropping down your staff as a tree? We could kind of use that as our backs.
I can do that.
Yeah, we've. It might be helpful to get up off this fourth floor in a tree that we trust.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, the caravan or whatever has to stay down there, the coach, but I don't think any of us should be sleeping on the ground tonight. I don't know that I trust the lower layer of this canopy.
Around us on fire.
Maybe we shouldn't put the place that we want to sleep on fire, but I appreciate the thought.
It's a warning to the forest. Don't mess with us.
I'm pretty sure the forest will just mess back.
Gord strides confidently to the center of the clearing, plants his staff, and you see where he plants it into the ground, the earth around it turns to a 5-foot diameter trunk, and the tree begins to grow up in these rich boughs, 60 feet tall. It's slightly taller than the other trees in this particular clearing by its apex. as the trees around here are actually a little lower and then rise up out of the clearing. So you're actually almost like 20 or 30 feet higher to the point of this tree than the trees directly around you. But it's there nonetheless, and there are some low-lying branches that you guys can make your ascent to climb, or use your various means of flight to get your
We
way
should
up.
have bought hammocks. Like, we should have bought some fucking.
We've turned our the canvas from our tents into hammocks before. We did that in this.
They're not the most comfortable because it's like scratchy canvas and it's kind of tough to like make sure it actually stays. It's not like designed for that, but it can be done. You guys are skilled for sure.
We did that with our bedrolls once.
Yeah, I think we've done it a couple times because we didn't want to sleep. There's like a swampy part of the abyss when we still had Colton and Alexander with us, and it was like, we are not sleeping on the ground.
I don't want to sleep in any part of the abyss.
Since this tree's a little taller, can I try to like climb up it to try to see if I can get a view on anything before it gets too dark?
Sure, make an athletics check.
Oliver, don't steal the dice, asshole. I started rolling and he like pulled it off the. Okay, that is, where's my athletics? That's a 20 total.
Nice.
It takes a fair amount of time to climb this tree. The branches are there; it's capable of doing so, but it's still a fair amount of work to climb a 60-foot tall tree.
Yeah.
So
I like climbing things.
yeah, but it takes a fair amount of work. But you manage to do it, and you do actually find enjoyment in it in this kind of new world that you're in. You've never quite experienced this before. And
I'm used to buildings.
Yeah, as you climb 50, 55, and then 60 feet to near the top, it's a little tapered, but it's strong enough to hold you towards the top. You stand and look out. Make a perception check.
Ooh. That's a 22.
Unfortunately, as the nature of these dense forests, you just see dense forest for a long ways in all directions.
Okay.
You see some like higher rises of mountainous regions that are themselves covered in a rich forest, though you can see the peaks of which are just poking out as rock. You see a few clearings. You do, with a 22, I would say, you do see almost to the coastline from this height, as it just kind of fades off into the horizon. You can just see where the sun is setting. Sunsets on the west coast, but regardless, you see the skies shifting to pinks and purple hues over the horizon of the ocean. You can see there is a kind of cloud of mist or smoke rising towards the coastline to the southeast. That is something.
We're still like really far away from the coastline, right?
You're still, that's several days away, but like
Yeah,
you can see like there's something kind of up above like the treetops of the area.
Can I just, sure.
That's it.
Okay. Can I just make sure right as the sun's setting that I get like a super strong, okay, that's definitely west, and I'm just trying to make sure that when I come back down the tree, I have a good north, south, east, west.
Throw a survival check. See if you can retain that.
16.
Yep, easy enough. You got a good directional compass of east, west, south, north, no problem.
Okay. Just so when we wake up, we're not like, wait, which direction did we come from?
For sure. By the time Mary descends, night 2 is descending rather rapidly. What's the plan?
I have a quick convo with Hondo.
Mm-hmm.
Saddle up next to Hondo. Hey, you ever like blackmailed someone before?
Many times, my friend.
I need a job for you when we're back in Verdancia. That Reverence Kane guy, just didn't like his attitude.
If you want me to blackmail him, I can tell you it will work out 120%.
Alright, well, I like that confidence.
He'll
Maybe,
be dancing around you if you want him to.
you know, maybe when we get back, you can maybe try and get some reconnaissance on him. Just see if he has any skeletons in his closet.
I'll keep my eye on him, and if he makes a move, I will stab him.
Okay, well, don't make me regret having this conversation with you. Are you gonna take first watch with Lav again? You guys made a great team. It sounds like.
Yeah, I can do it.
Well, I think she's almost done French braiding Aurora. Do you want to go tell her it's both your watches?
Sure. Hey, Lab, we're on first watch. And by the way, that's a terrible horse's name.
What do you mean? I literally did the first watch last time.
Hey, think about it like this. You do the watch, you get it done, you sleep the rest of the night.
Hondo, I think I fell asleep before we even finished the last one, so make sure you got your eyes peeled, okay, Bob?
I'm ready. And if you start falling asleep, you gotta drink.
I'm a sleepy lavvy.
You don't drink enough, Lab. You don't drink.
Like water? Like, do you have your endless water?
No. Wine and beer.
I don't know about that.
Oh, you'll tell me. This watch will go so quickly if you have 2 glasses of wine. You'll just sail through it.
Okay, maybe I can keep up with you one day.
Oh, you got a long way to go for that, my friend.
Got a lot of gills to grow. All right, let's do this.
Okay. Couple of points of order before you guys actually go through the act of your watch. Are you guys setting up camp in the tree, up in the boughs of the tree? And where are you guys gonna chill for the watch?
I'd say yes to setting up the tree for sleeping.
Okay.
There's the top of the caravan is kind of a good.
Can we get Francis and Grant in this tree?
You guys have a flying carpet. You have fern. You have easy ways of ferrying people up and down a tree. But Francis is highly resistant to the idea of sleeping in a 50-foot tall, 60-foot tall tree.
He's at least up off the ground. I just didn't want us to sleep on the ground where there's
room in the tree too, right? It's not like we're gonna snap this thing. It's good.
No, there are thick boughs and branches. It's just there are no beds, and he has a bed, and he would rather sleep in it.
This is what I told you. You have to listen. I'm the boss.
I will happily listen to you when you are in a combat encounter. Currently, we're talking sleeping arrangements. I have brought a bed to sleep in. I'm not a monkey.
So here's what's going to happen. In the middle of the night, I don't know if you recall the thorns bursting out of that man's chest cavity and the crows that attacked us.
I remember the crows. I don't know thorns bursting out of his chest cavity. I didn't see it.
Oh, okay. Well, let me describe it for you. It was fucking horrific. And if you sleep on the ground, this could happen to you.
Sure, and nothing like crows fly in the sky where a 50, 60-foot tall tree is.
I know, I thought about that too. It kind of bothers me. Just do it, okay? We're all sleeping up here. I don't want to have you on the ground.
Make a persuasion check.
Oh, God, that's fucking good. 24.
You see just it burning him, and he just turns and grabs the blanket and pillow from his bed, and looks and grabs a book, and just looks around at just the various other things in his coach. Fine.
Right. Thank you,
Grant. He just shouts, and Grant just follows.
I'll bring them up on fern or the carpet. And then so if we put this cart wagon right next to the trunk of the tree, where do you guys want to do your watch? In the tree, on top of the wagon? Where are you guys thinking?
I don't know. Although you're kind of like a fish.
On the carpet?
Yep.
I think on the carpet.
Sure. Do you both want to be together or maybe separate?
You know what? I'm okay. I'm gonna take mending, and I'm just gonna. I have some cloth. I'm gonna mend it together, and I'm gonna make myself a hammock.
Very well.
Yeah, I'm into that. So Again, Lavender's watch. She's not
Dedicated.
really watching. She's like actively doing something, not watching.
Okay.
That's fine.
Don't hate the player.
No?
That's why we have 2 people per watch. We're
Yeah.
good.
I'm just making a fun note. So, the rest of you are settling in for sleep then?
Yeah.
Okay. In your makeshift canvas hammocks in the boughs of this tall and thick tree, in which Gord has a little bit of shaping and crafting to it. So there's the branches are a little flatter, and it's kind of, he's tried to make it as comfortable as possible, knowing your purposes for it, not just for climbing. It is to be where you try and rest, though it's not a straight bed. It's still a branch in a tree. It's not perfect. There's a little bit of give for where you guys can swing together your hammocks between 2 branches.
Can I try and whisper my nighttime prayer before I fall asleep?
Are you
Yeah.
trying to like whisper it so no one hears it, or are you just saying whisper for the?
Whisper to not interrupt you.
Okay. Yeah, no problem. You say your nightmare prayer, but
Such a terrible title, Nightmare Prayer, but I'm into it.
it's charm against nightmares. It's actually
That's better.
as sundown officially hits, as you guys finish settling up, and you begin to, after a long day of travel and crow attacks, you begin to settle in for your first night's rest within the Vale itself. Hondo, make a perception check. Lavender, make a perception check at disadvantage.
A disadvantage?
You're making a hammock, girl.
I'm paying attention.
It's a lot of work to be casting a spell and making a thing.
Oh, Hondo. This is not carrying you this
What?
time.
I think so it's 19.
Oh, do you know what's actually so funny with this? Is I rolled a nat 1 and I'm -1, so I'm like a 0. There's like literally no way you could get lower than that.
Flat. You've just got Hondo just nattering away about drinking and all of his escapades, and you're just just casting them ending and making a cool hammock.
Like, is anyone else concerned that we're together?
It went well last night.
Yeah.
It didn't.
Hondo's-
I fell asleep.
Hondo still managed to roll a 19 overall.
Yeah, he's
So, sundown and the forest grows to its darkest point thus far. As your friends around you and companions begin to settle in for rest, you spend the first hour watching Lavender prepare her hammock and begin going through the effort of casting the spell. And it takes a fair amount of spell casting to go through and make this work. As she sits on top of the caravan, Hondo, you are kind of floating and sitting atop the carpet. And you look around, and the forest is lively. You hear many sounds of evening birds and hoots of owls. Every so often, something rustles through a branch or a bush nearby within this clearing, and you see, a small creature of some kind, even difficult to initially make out, but some nighttime creature just making its way through the forest. And another hour of your watch, and it begins to grow a little cooler. You find this kind of biting cold wind kind of quickly brushes through and shakes the branches and treetops, like very suddenly, violently. The fire at the base of the tree, where you're just kind of giving a little bit of light, is nearly doused as this very sudden gust of wind just dives through the clearing and is reduced to embers and coal in the darkness, and the darkness around you grows tighter and tighter. And Lavender, you stop casting the spell as this catches your attention.
I immediately light my torch.
And you begin fumbling around to get your torch and begin to light the torch with your magic. And as the light kicks on, Hondo, drink in hand, the two of you kind of look at one another and begin to scan around the exterior of the clearing. and the wind stops. All the sounds of nature are suddenly silent, and it grows cool, cold. The wind once more picks up kind of steadily. The rustling of leaves and branches brings sound back. The eerie silence of this clearing breaks. You do hear some faint cawing and hooting in the darkness. Birds and the night creatures once more catch your ears. But nothing comes of the initial burst of cold, though it got your attention. You continue lulling back to what you were doing before.
What hour are we on our watch? Is it
It's
later?
still early. It's still only the first hour. You've got another 2 before it would be time to swap.
I sense death.
Don't say that.
But it is true. It's cold, it's windy. That means death is
Are
near.
you freaking kidding me? Well, it's only you and me up here right now. This is the second time I've ever been watching. What you say to me? You say, I smell death.
I'm just telling you what I have noticed from my experience. This is not a good sign.
To be honest, dude, the whole time I've been with you guys, there have been bad signs everywhere. From a desert to a forest. Like, what the heck are we even doing anymore?
We should maybe investigate a bit more. Hop on the carpet and let's do a little flyby.
Lavender lights like cast prestidigitation, so there's like a small flint of light off in the distance, and she's like, "Oh my God, Hondo, did you see that? What is that? What do you think that was?"
It could be what caused that wind.
It could have been, yeah. Oh, sorry, I just got that weird spirit go through my body. Started laughing. Why don't you go check it out?
I will.
Wait, I'm just kidding. I actually got too scared. I lit that thing over there. I was gonna play a prank on you, but I actually think that the thing before with the scaly guy getting hit with all those vines, that was actually really scary.
As you guys are having this conversation, you feel the temperature steadily drop cooler and cooler. And Lavender, in the direction of the area where you lit that light, and now that the two of you are looking, you see slowly rolling in from that direction this faint, low rolling fog. And
Hondo.
it continues to just like slowly pour into the space that you guys are in, this clearing.
Hondo,
And it
Hondo,
grows very, very cool.
Hondo, last time we saw fog like this, we were with like null or something, and then we got toxic damage. I think that we should wake everybody up. That's the whole point of watch, okay? It's not just so that everybody gets a good sleep, it's so that everybody gets up when there's danger.
I say, all right, let's do it. Everybody wake up! Ah!
Okay, now I'm nervous that we just woke them up because of fog, but you know what? Better safe than sorry.
Hondo, your voice rings out loudly across the clearing and through the forest. You hear taking off from trees nearby, birds just bursting out of the treetops. The rest of you up top do catch Hondo and his outburst, though you are currently up top.
I just open my eyes in pain at that.
Oh no, what the fuck?
There is something here.
Please use our special whisper earrings for this communication.
Is the fog is the fog tree height, or are we above the fog? Like, is
Can
it
we jump on the
line fog?
carpet and go up there?
You
Sure.
guys are up.
Yeah, Hondo's on the carpet, so you guys can you can jump on with him. Mary, you can make a perception check at disadvantage.
Sure. I wouldn't have my goggles on when I'm sleeping anyway. I rolled pretty good though. It's 18.
It's difficult to see from 50, 60 feet up exactly what it is they're on about. Though, even though it's difficult, you do manage to squint, and you like reach over and grab your goggles and just like hold them to your face and like look down, and you do see like a faint fog begin to like roll in along the ground, not up to your level.
Can I start putting my breastplate on?
Sure.
What did you see? I'll say in the hearing as I'm doing this. Hello, are you still awake? What'd you see?
Sorry. It started with a wind and a chill, and now we see a fog. A thick fog.
So you woke us all up because it's foggy in the forest.
It seems like a
Is he mad,
menace.
Hondo?
We're going to check it out, okay?
Whoa, wait, what? Where are you going? Don't go to the spooky fog if it scared you.
Hondo, what is he saying?
At this point, you guys are reaching the height of where they are camped, and you are on the carpet as Valentine is putting on his breastplate, and Francis and Grant are just, what's going on? What did you see?
Please be quiet. This is when we're doing our thing. There was some fog. Lav,
Okay, everybody,
did you see the
don't
fog?
get mad, okay?
What made it
I
scary?
lit this thing. I was gonna play a prank on Hondo. We
Okay.
were like getting up, like things got really cold. There was this like wind that came in, and it was like whoosh, and then it made me really cold, made him really cold, even though he is already so cold in the heart. You know what I'm saying? Like, what is up with Hondo? You know what I mean?
Slower.
Okay, and then we go back, and then it happened again.
Fog came back.
And then all this fog came in, and then all I was thinking was, last time something like that happened, we were with Null, and it gave us toxic damage. So I'm like, now I'm like afraid of fog. Is there like a phobia of that? Is there like a word for that, like a fogophobia?
As Lavender is continuing her explanation and story, you guys notice that, yeah, as Allie and Mary, Gord and Valentine, it is surprisingly cold, and in your subconscious you were kind of pulling your cloaks tighter and your blankets and things, and cuddling up closer to your animals for warmth. Though as you kind of wake up, it's very cold. It's surprisingly cold, and it seems to be growing colder. As you guys are having this conversation, the wind begins to pick up, and it is a freezing wind. It blasts across you in this space, and very quickly your teeth begin to chatter. Your cloaks are ripped up around you. Blankets are torn and thrown off into the wind. The winds are so strong that as they pound through the forest, you see looking out across you, trees all around the clearing here begin to sway furiously as small branches begin to crack and break around the camp. Larger limbs threaten to come down. The tree that you are in, thankfully, is a magical one, and thus is more sturdy and is not swaying immensely, though you can feel a faint kind of back and forth. And the leaves are just being ripped and torn as suddenly heavy droplets begin to douse the fire below, and your torch goes out, and you are left in near pitch black as a cold rain pours down atop you. Mary, as the rain hits you, you feel like you are about to freeze solid. You are frozen to the bone. A just like core shattering cold. It is unbearable. As you guys are adjusting to this sudden rain, the rain and the cold grow colder still, and hail begins to batter the tree and the tent, and your hammocks, I should say. I'd like everyone to make dexterity saving throws. Pardon me.
13.
18.
What was that, Allie?
15.
Okay.
22.
Okay.
25.
Okay. Let's see. as the hail the hail begins to pound and slam into your sleeping arrangements, and the wind threatens to pull you out of your hammocks and roll you off of your treetop hanging position. All of you take 6 points of bludgeoning damage as the hail just slams into you, and an additional 9 points of cold damage. Though, Mary, that cold damage feels a lot more like 18.
I have cold defense.
Do we
Hondo,
notice that Mary is like extra weird?
that 9 comes to 4 for you, Kev. Make an insight check, Lav.
Okay.
But more importantly, what you notice is Mary, in your cold and your like sudden brittle like feeling, and you can't control your hands. You're shivering so hard. A wind flies through, and Mary is thrown from her hammock and is plummeting to the ground.
I got 20, and then I also cast Fly. Oh shoot! I gotta be touching her.
You do. You got a 20, and you can tell that Mary is shivering far more than the rest. But more importantly, Mary is plummeting out of the sky 50 feet.
Are we
I don't
so?
have any of my shit on me, so I can't do anything.
You can make an acrobatics check at disadvantage.
Okay.
We're still on the carpet, so can we whoosh down like as fast as we can?
It would have been Hondo's call as he's driving, and unfortunately we're past that point.
Anyone dimension door?
We have to
I
check.
can cast. Can I cast something, or is it too late?
Falling's very quick.
Yeah, it happens almost instantaneously. Like she's out and then gone. Mary?
15.
You manage to catch a branch on your way down and stop a little bit of your descent as you kind of swing and land slamming on top of the cart. You take 15 points of bludgeoning damage and roll off the cart, but you just feel brittle. You lay prone on the ground in immense pain, and the storm does not let up.
I will yell for Fern, and then I'll start running off this branch, and I'll try and jump for Fern.
Make a dexterity saving throw.
18.
Make Fern make a dexterity saving throw.
What do you think his dex is?
It should be
5?
on his character sheet.
Okay, wait, let me just pull it quick. I rolled a nat 16.
I don't think it's
And then
5, but
Fern's dex is +3. He doesn't have saves.
yeah, he probably doesn't have proficiencies in saves, but it would just be
So
straight.
19 for him.
Unfortunately, the wind is so strong that as Fern moves to dive down to get you, a gust blows both of you off course, and you begin to plummet back away as Fern is like thrown off course and actually takes a little bit of 6 points of cold damage as hail slams into him as he reaches to try and pull himself. Hondo, I need you to make a strength check, not save, as the carpet beneath you and Lavender is lifted up by a strong wind as well.
I immediately cast blind.
Wild magic surge.
Oh, cool. This could be good.
So just your
It's
Oh,
7. It's 7.
Oh my god, it looks so much like a 1.
don't do that to me, man. Cav's strength check.
+3, 16.
Fortunately, the carpet is wrenched from your grip as the wind of this storm is immense, and you feel the carpet is torn from you, and you begin to fall. Lavender, as you manage to cast Fly, I will give you the reaction to try and make a strength check to grab Hondo if you want to try and save him from falling.
Yeah. Get some cloud up in here.
Valentine, unfortunately, you take 17 points of bludgeoning damage as you find yourself plummeting to the ground and landing hard into the dirt.
I only got 10. But I do cast Tides of Chaos because I realize how important this moment is.
Okay.
There you go. Cool.
Okay, much better. So 14.
I'd say that's enough to grab hold of Hondo as you finish casting the spell, and so you are holding onto Hondo's arm, like by his wrist. However, you two you're flying, but the wind is strong, and I need you to make a strength check for yourself to see if you can maintain flying in the sky with advantage as you are magically flying.
Okay, so I already rolled a 17 and then a 10. Okay, 16.
Minus one. That sucks. You manage to hold yourself, but you're losing your grip on Hondo. And you begin to descend as the weight of trying to hold him as well. But you're not dropping.
I start voluntarily descending so that we can get closer to the ground for his impact.
Can I cure wounds myself?
Sure.
Level 4?
Sure.
I never healed from our crow thing. I thought maybe we could get a rest, so this is important.
Yeah, there wasn't really time for short resting, and you guys only just started your long.
Not great.
What does Gord have? Allie, you are still up top in the tree, and the hail is continually plummeting down. You're going to take an additional... Oh, wow, that was a lot. 14 points of bludgeoning damage as just a chunk of hail slams down into you as you're, like, trying to, like, decide what you should be doing in this moment. And you just get clocked and, like, kind of knocked a little by this hail. And as I say, the storm continues to rage.
I'll click on Heartbreaker and try and make my way to Mary.
Yeah, two of you on the ground. As this fog is still low-lying, though it is being whipped up by these Arctic-level winds and freezing hail that is quickly turned to a blizzard that is just ripping through the tree up top and the woods in all directions in a torrent of hail, wind, and snow that has set in extreme fashion. Mary, I'd like you to make a Constitution saving throw.
So can I move at all? Like, I was going to try to roll under the cart so that I'm at least not getting hit by hail.
We're going to find out.
That's right.
Oh, God, it's not great. 14.
That's enough.
Okay.
You're so slow. You find yourself so, like, your body is not responding as you want it to. And you don't have your armor or any of your items or swords are not at your side. And being clawing yourself forward as you feel Valentine making its way towards you, and you do just pull under the coach to get out of the initial burst of hail and cold, but you are shivering uncontrollably.
Definitely colder on the ground for sure.
It certainly is, but you're out of the brunt of the wind and the hail. Alana, at this point, I need you to make a strength check as the winds are just destroying this tree, and I'll have Gord do the same. I was looking for my campaigns.
17?
You manage to plant yourself low center of gravity and just like hold on to the tree. You are not being bucked from the tree as of yet, but we'll see what happens to Gord. Actually, Gord does the same. Gord manages with his claws just to plant himself low and dig his claws deep into the tree. However, right beside you, Francis and Grant also have to do the same.
Not great.
Incredibly, Francis has just like wrapped himself so much into one of these hammocks that is still tied tightly enough, but he is getting rocked and like thrown in this hammock. and which threatens to kind of break. You see strands of canvas kind of snapping all around. What do you do?
Can I try and get Fern close to Mary and I in this cart? I'll try and literally have Fern be a shield for me as I'm walking.
Okay.
And I will heal myself again.
Fern takes 9 points of cold damage and 4 points of bludgeoning damage for a total of 13.
Oh, he's still good.
As the hail just continues to batter and this wind and this whipping wind continues to set in, you see Mary make her way under the coach, and you look up in Lavender and Hondo. Lav, I need you to make a charisma check on this one to try and utilizing your magic to fight against the storm.
Wait, 25.
Save.
You roll just a check.
Oh.
So
Just plus 5. Just plus 5.
19.
Still great. You focus so hard on your magic. Hondo, you look up at Lavender, and you actually see her kind of faintly pulse and glow with this lavender color that is kind of against these winds. You are both hammered by the cold wind, though Hondo, you have resistance. That's a lot. Lavender, you take 15 points of cold damage. Hondo, you take 7. And I need you to make a Constitution saving throw, Lav, to maintain concentration.
Could I have healed myself there, Kyle, on that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, great.
Go nuts.
13.
That's enough to maintain concentration. And you descend to the ground at this point by the time you manage to land. At least to drop Hondo.
Yeah.
But you find that even trying to fight your way to fly in this wind is almost impossible. You can kind of do it, but it's taking a lot of effort.
May I please cure wound myself when we land?
Sure.
Drop my concentration.
You don't have to.
You don't have to. It's not a
okay.
concentration spell. You can maintain that.
Plus 5.
You cast Cure Wounds on yourself. Go ahead. Hondo, Mary, and Allie. Is there anything else you guys want to try? Or do?
Is there a way, because now I'm seeing everyone's down, is there a way I can slide down carefully?
You can certainly slide down. Carefully is a different word to use.
Fireman pole that shit.
Yeah.
The nice thing about a fireman pole is you can get your way all the way around it. This tree trunk.
And she has stubby little arms.
I know.
I'm so tiny.
If you want to try and climb down and slide down parts of it as part of that, I'd say you can make an athletics check at disadvantage.
Okay.
But you can certainly begin your descent.
Okay, natural 20, so I'm 14, so 24.
Okay. You take some more damage as you make your way down, and it is a relatively long process. It's not super quick, but you're pretty hardy. You take 10 points of bludgeoning damage, and actually 18 points of cold damage.
On top of that?
Yeah. So 28 points altogether. As you feel just like your hands are growing incredibly cold as you are exposed to the elements, and are kind of at a loss for your exposure is just full out into the world. But you've got to keep trudging to try and get low. Let's see.
Sorry, was Gord on the ground or is he still in the tree?
Gord is going to make his way down by casting Spider Climb and going alongside Allie. But he's going to take some of the same amount of damage to do that. And I'll mark his damage as 19 and 2 is 21. Oof. Oh. 21. Mark a spell. Let's see. Okay, so Allie and Gord are making their way down. Though you guys at the ground, you can't see up to them. The tree is the blizzard is so strong that like you can only see 10 feet ahead of you. I also now at this point I need everyone to make Constitution saving throws, with the exception of Mary. You already did yours. You just happened to do it early.
Sick.
All right, Kev, you're good.
16.
You're good.
20.
You're good.
22.
You're good. Oh, let's do Gord as well. Oh shit. 18. He's good. Yeah, the storm just continues to rage. This incredible cold blizzard out of nowhere, but you guys manage to find one another.
Yeah, the power just flickered.
That was cool.
Little power surge in the spooky time.
That was interesting. You guys are all together, though you can hear from the treetops Francis and Grant just hollering and yelling and screaming in the wind. What do you guys do?
I'll be like, I gotta check on them,
Yeah, I'm fine. Go.
and then I will.
If I can even talk. Can I talk?
Barely.
Okay.
Yes, but it's like just.
I'll look up and dimension door through the cape up to the bow where Francis was.
Okay, you don't need to see for dimension door. You can just say like that many feet that direction.
I think I just need to know. Yeah.
Absolutely. You manage to dimension door, and you land beside the two of them, and the two of them are covered in frost and cold, and are just clinging to the edges of the tree and just laying down and like just holding on for dear life.
I'll grab Francis,
Mhm.
and I'll look at Grant and just close my eyes and then dimension door us inside the cart if I can, inside the wagon.
No problem. You appear back, and Francis is frozen and just chattering and freezing, and just collapses down, and just begins to like mop his brow and look about. And it's still cold in the cart, though you are away from the initial elements. Though like wind is still coming through the area, the curtains are being blown wide. You're able to do that.
And I'll be like, tell them to get in here, and then I will dimension door myself back to that guy.
Yep.
Grant. And then I'll grab him by the like collar, and so this is 4 dimension doors, which would be 4 third levels.
Cape was 1, and then 3 4th levels. So, do you have 3 4th levels or just 2?
No, I have 1. So I used 2 4 heals. So then I just used the last 4th to dimension door Papa, Cape, and Papa.
Yep.
Can
So
I
back
use a
up.
5th on dimension door?
Yep.
Okay, great. Then I'll burn my 2 5ths. to
Back
go
up, back
together.
down, 2
Yep.
fifths. Okay. Easy enough. A couple of seconds, but with the instantaneous travel of dimension doors of teleportation, you don't need to worry so much about like the travel incursion. I will say you take, just by sheer exposure, a couple more damage in just exposure to cold. You take 7 more cold damage, as it's being exposed to hyper cold, like frozen temperatures, and you guys have no preparation currently for that. At this point, Alana and Gord have made their way to low. You guys are all gathered as Francis tries to tell you all to come inside the coach, as Valentine and this other guy just suddenly just arrive back. You all begin to try and crowd inside, and it is tight with all 8 of you.
I am under the coach in a ball, thinking warm thoughts.
Yeah.
Thinking I never thought I would miss that stupid desert.
Val, what's Fern's health at?
I wanted Fern to try and go over Keith too, but Fern's at 40.
Okay. Fern telepathically reaches out to you, and without words, lets you know that they won't survive this.
I will be like, Gord, tell the forest to stop. Like, tell the forest to stop, and then I will go outside, and I'll just let me look at my spells quick. We need to do stuff here, folks. Hondo, maybe like a water wall, turn it to ice, block some shit. Let's block some wind for
I
our
was
folks.
just thinking of that. That would be cool. I don't know how much damage that thing can take, but yeah.
I could try, yes. Good.
Make like a little like rainbow arch over Fern. I don't know if it looks that way.
I'll do it.
You can cast your wall of water. How do you want to do it?
I'm thinking a semi, like a sort of like a igloo.
Yeah. Over what? Over who?
Over the two, Francis and
Keith, well, they're inside.
They're in the coach with you.
We're thinking Keith and Fern.
Keith and Fern?
I will. Okay, I got that. I got a plan. If Hondo does that, I'm gonna run outside.
The two of you begin to head out together.
Yeah.
Hondo, you make your way over to Fern and Keith, and you summon the wall of water. As Valentine, what are you doing?
Running straight up to Keith. As I grab him by his little horns, I'm gonna polymorph him into a mouse and shove him in my coat like this.
At a 6th level?
Yes.
Yeah. He's willing, and turns into a mouse in your coat.
Yeah, and then I want to try and get back inside the thing.
Well, Hondo is in the midst of casting the wall of water dome, and it does so. Hondo, you bring it about as this dome igloo with a small mouth opening, and you watch as in a matter of seconds it begins to solidify around the base, and then slowly it just freezes in place, and a Fern inside is okay and safe. The frozen wall of water, this dome igloo, provides actually a surprisingly safe enclosure, given the freezing temperatures outside.
Didn't know that would work, so I would have still polymorphed Keith.
Honda, you do need to maintain concentration on this, and we'll see what happens when that concentration runs out. Still holding polymorph, you said, sorry?
I used it. Yeah, I would have used it.
Yeah.
Because I wouldn't know if that would work. And
He's
then
a
I'll
cute little mouse.
He's a cute little mouse. And I'll run back inside the wagon.
Coach, yeah. Okay. Hondo, do you stay in the igloo, or do you return to the coach as well?
I'll head to the coach.
Okay. You follow Valentine as Fern will remain in the igloo for the time being.
Mary, you're in here, right? You're not still below?
Did I make it? Did I get inside?
Yep. With
Okay.
the help of Allie, Lavender, and anyone else pulling you up. You still can move. You're just
okay.
you are just barely, is what I should say. The wind and blizzard continues to hammer the exterior of the coach, and you can feel the coach shake and twist, and you can see snow beginning to pile up along the edges, and as the wind is blowing, it's just piling up along the southern edge of the coach and shows no sudden sign of stopping. It's been about 20 minutes and it has yet to let up. You get closer to 30 minutes and it has yet to let up. Mary, the frigid cold has yet to abide, and Gord just kind of looks to you and says, I have no magic to stop this.
It's cool. It's fine. I just curl into a ball.
Actually, he'll cast Healing Spirit.
Healing Spirit? Great idea. Solid move. Love it.
Yeah, he'll cast Healing Spirit. So I'll start just doling out some healing while you guys figure out a plan.
Val, how long did that go on when you saw it? This is the same shit, right?
Could be. That lasted all night. It lasted for hours. This little cute mouse is going to jump back into Keith in about
half an hour,
40 minutes.
Mary, you heal 3.
Yay.
Allie heals 6.
Can I?
You could, but
Hondo, you heal 11.
Yeah.
If worse comes to worse and this still happens, I'll use the potion on Keith, but we'll get to that. I have that like shrinking one.
Lav has some polymorphs too.
Lavender, you heal 3. Val, you heal 6. As the minute of Healing Spirit fades.
Let's talk about some things we could do. We could try and escape this, but we would take damage going outside. Hondo, if this thing works, why don't you add to it with your fucking decanter of endless water and try and make a bigger wall or some shit?
I could try that.
That's an idea. I could teleport us out. No, I can't. I can't even teleport us. We're all out of stuff. Lav, what do you got? Any spells?
I know a few spells. I don't even know. I have like telekinesis.
I assume. If the wall's still there, Fern's still there, right?
Yeah, Fern is still within the igloo.
Okay.
Question, would, when we've seen Kevin or Hondo cast Wall of Water before, and it ends...
Sorry, hold on. Let's see. No. It hurts. Alright, continue.
Oh, the worst one.
Just having to Amanda.
His allergies are so bad.
Oh, fuck, that's painful. Sorry, continue.
It's okay.
It feels so good.
When Hondo casts Wall of Water and it ends, does the water like drop and remain and it's just the control that ends, or does it like disappear like because it was summoned? I'm trying to figure out like if the wall ends, the water's still there and it's frozen. So like if it's just control, it'll stay. I'm just trying to get an estimation.
Make an Arcana check.
Oh god.
There it is.
I would share this musing.
I tried to mute before I could do that. I'm sorry.
I would share this musing out loud in case anyone else knows the answer. Because obviously Mary probably I haven't rolled yet.
I should also say, make that check with disadvantage. But Hondo and Val and Lavender, you guys can make Arcana checks.
Oh, I rolled 2 9s. So I'm assuming like 11.
Okay. You have no idea.
I rolled a 1.
Oh,
Hondo,
God.
you have no idea.
11.
26.
Lav, you're not sure. Val, you think that the creation of the water, the freezing aspect, should hold it in place. As like when it does dissipate, it dissipates along the ground and then kind of seeps away from where it was sunk. Though if its form has changed, it should remain until it's broken.
I have a dope idea. We use the decanter of water to try and freeze some more foundation. That's going to be hard, though. We'll need some way to move the water. Lav can do telekinesis on the water and try and direct it and change it into some sort of like shape for us. To,
Like a super giant igloo?
Like water bending, like
That's
a
what I was
super
thinking.
giant igloo. We got to try it quick.
Let's do it.
I need to really, really concentrate on this. So I'm going full eyes rolled back on this one, guys. You gotta protect me fully on this. And if anything happens to Aurora as well, I will bite you. I couldn't think of anything else because I'm about to concentrate right now.
Yeah,
you
where
guys
are the
haven't-
horses?
You guys haven't checked on the horses yet.
Don't bring him up. Don't bring him up.
We have
My
dinner.
baby. My eyes roll in the back of my head. My body starts flowing. And I am releasing the largest, most efficient telekinesis, fingers crossed, that I have ever released.
More importantly, roll a wild magic search.
Yeah, here we go.
Okay.
Thank fucking God.
Okay.
You guys were so excited for it to happen. For
Yeah,
the
just
first,
the one.
10 sessions, every time you're like, oh, it didn't work. And then you got it twice, and now you're like, never
Yeah,
again.
now I'm very
Now
gun
I'm like,
shy.
I want it.
I want it every
You got
time.
it.
Decanter of endless water.
Like, you just pick up the decanter and just, paint with it? Is that the idea?
So, yeah, you can use an action to speak one of the 3 command words and produce a certain amount of water. Geyser produces 30 gallons of water that gushes forth in a geyser 30 feet long and 1 foot wide. It's a bonus action while holding the decanter. You can aim the geyser at a creature, so you're kind of going to do that.
Yeah.
You're going to try and aim it and build an igloo extension, and Lavender's going to try and help to hold it in place while the freezing process takes place.
Craft it, move it a bit, yeah.
So, Lavender and Hondo, as you guys begin to step out and prepare this this action.
I go to Hondo and I'm like, listen, you got this. I believe in you, and I also think you should pump up Lavender for this very impactful moment. And I inspire you.
Okay.
And what do you do, Hondo?
I look at Lavender. I guess she'd be focused though. But I'll be like, Lavender, you're a smooth operator.
And is
that
that
makes me drop telekinesis and I can't do
I'll
anything.
inspire her. Yeah, I can inspire her, right?
Yep.
yeah, baby?
So I'll inspire her. Smooth operator.
As the two of you begin to make your way out into the blizzard once more, Lavender focused so heavily on the spell. Hondo, you pull out the decanter, and I need you to make a strength. Let's do a strength save. While Lavender, I'd like you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Nice.
Hondo, yeah. Despite the cold, you manage to
You can add
hold the spray of water in this manner, while Lavender. Ooh. Con save?
17.
17. Okay, so you maintain concentration on the spell, as this is going to take a little bit of time, and the two of you are going to take some damage. Lavender, you take. Ooh, that's a lot actually. You take 15 points of cold damage. Hondo, you take 8. As this process of going about, it takes a little bit of time. Big thing though, I need you to make is a charisma check, Lavender. See how long you can hold this in place.
And it's a save?
Just a check, so +5.
I got 14.
Okay.
Give your inspo too.
We already used it.
Use it on
Yeah.
the con save to maintain concentration. So, important to maintain concentration. Lav, you focus heavily on the spell as Hondo begins to just craft just like waves of a wall. Are you trying to just build just a further wall, or are you trying to dome it, Kev? What are you trying to do?
I'll try and dome it, but around her, extend it.
Okay. You begin to craft that, and Lavender, you focus for the first little while on just holding it in place and watching as the base begins to kind of freeze, and it happens relatively quickly as this blizzard is just hammering through. You shift your focus to further areas where Hondo is adding new water as the old areas are freezing in place, and you focus your telekinesis holding it in place. Your eyes do roll back into your head. You glow this bright purple lavender color. Hondo, you just see her glowing as she focuses all of her force into maintaining the hold on this water as it quickly freezes in place. Unfortunately, the spell loses hold of the water before it's completely finished, and you're missing a little bit of a section of wall, and it's not quite complete on the top. Before
A skylight and a doorway.
you got a little skylight and a larger doorway than you initially intended, but nonetheless, you have a much larger enclosure that is covered from the direction the wind is coming. For now, as the water runs out in your geyser, and does telekinesis last for a minute or an hour?
A while.
All right.
10 minutes. Up to 10 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, that fits with my thought process. It slows towards the end. You have a little bit left of juice. You've got a minute or two left of telekinesis, but lost control of the water itself.
So with the remaining concentration, I look over at Hondo. He thinks I'm looking at him, so he's like, hopefully. And then I grab Aurora and I pull her in and behind. And then I will drop telekinesis and immediately put prestidigitation on her to warm her up. Oh my god, yeah, or fucking bring her back to life. Who knows? She could be dead.
Make a strength check. Make an ability check with your spellcasting modifier. So make a charisma check again.
It's not great. It's not great, folks.
You see Aurora and you focus your energy and you begin to pull. She froze to the ground. Your magic doesn't have the initial pull to pull her away from the ground.
My eyes still roll back. I shed one tear and it freezes to my face. So I go like this. Of course he's gotta die. And then I walk away.
She gone.
Every horse I've ever got died within 2 days of us getting them.
Yeah.
Literally every horse.
Hey, it might thaw. It might thaw.
I look at everyone and be like, "Do we need the horse meat?"
It's not the time. It's not the time for it.
To be honest, it's pretty well preserved.
It's pretty frozen.
You make your way back into the coach, and the storm has yet to let up. What do you do?
How close are we to this polymorph time for a little Keithy boy?
At this point, you still have about 10 minutes, I believe. So getting to the end, but you got time.
Is there enough space outside where they made that extra dome?
There's plenty of space. You could fit
Okay.
the majority of you guys within the space they've created.
Okay, good. Yeah, because Keith definitely wouldn't fit inside this caravan, but he probably could be safe outside.
Yeah. He would have fit within the dome with Keith and Fern would have fit in the initial dome, but no one else really could have comfortably fit in.
Yeah, then, Elena, I think I should put Keith outside before he destroys this cart when he pops.
Okay. Thanks again for doing that. I was so caught up in it that I didn't even think of what to do to save him.
I'll let you, if you want to give him a little pet.
Okay.
I'll put him, yeah. Oh, that's so cute. Mary just said, does he have little mouse horns?
Yes.
Then I'll put him outside at Fern's feet, and I'll try and have Fern just sit back to where the wind was, bring his wings out and go like this around him.
Sure. Are the rest of you guys going to within the newly created igloo or stay within the coach?
I think we should stay within the coach, just as added protection.
Can we put the coach under the igloo?
Yeah, it is, right?
It's close. It's not quite there because where they initially were is about 10 feet away. You guys have stretched you guys have kind of carved a line of the water towards the coach, but where I was saying it's still kind of open on the one side. You've got a little bit more cover, but not fully connected, I should say.
Could we try and push the cart in this moment?
Absolutely. You guys
Made
want
a
to try
big
and get
door.
out and do it?
Why don't we try and push it? I'll get out and try. I mean, I'm the weakest character here, but I will try and push this thing.
Yeah. If
Can I help?
absolutely.
Please.
You guys can both make strength checks.
Not bad. 15. Oh, sorry. Lav just confirmed she is the weakest character
I
here
was
now.
like, don't get it twisted. I'm a minus 2.
I got 18.
Perfect. Between the two of you, there is an initial snag as you hit a bump of some kind and slowly come to see the remains of a horse, or the frozen kind of lump of a horse, as you guys push through, and you try and push that out of your minds as you push the cart within, and quick enough that you manage to avoid any further initial cold. But an hour passes, and you, Valentine, you feel the concentration of a polymorph spell fade, and you hear a low bleeding sound from within the dome of ice as Keith has returned. Mary, I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Not great. 15.
You okay?
15?
15.
You are still incredibly cold, but you seem to be getting a little bit more of your faculties around you, as the rest of you kind of begin to huddle together to try and keep warm.
Yeah, like, what do I have on me? Like, normally I'd probably sleep, like, with some kind of, like, dagger at my belt, and then just, like, clothes and a cloak. I just don't know how much made it with me.
I mean, that's what you would have.
Yeah.
You don't have, like, your bedroll or anything like that, or you guys
Okay.
are sleeping in hammocks anyways.
Yeah, I have none of my shit. I'm very not helpful in this situation.
Yeah, your stuff has all kind of been scattered currently, amidst a blizzard. But
I'm gonna go find the carpet tomorrow.
I'll take off my cape with the mountebank and give it to Mary.
and there are also some cushions and blankets within the coach itself that Francis is happy to provide. But for another hour, the storm continues. It's at this point where you guys have to make a decision of are you going to try and sleep and rest out in this space? Do you continue a watch? Do you wait it out? What happens?
I need to sleep.
I don't think we can go anywhere.
I don't know if I can get a long rest here. It's gonna be uncomfortable as hell, but maybe even at least a short rest. I'll try and do a long rest. If I got 4 hours of sleep before, do I just need 4 now? Do I even
You only
know
got
that?
2.
2? Okay.
You guys,
Uh,
it was still first watch when this kicked off.
I'd say fuck the watches at this point. Nothing's gonna sneak up on us in this.
That's fair. Then
Everyone
Fern
just
will-
try to get as much sleep as they can.
Yeah, and hopefully Fern can tell us if something bad happens.
Famous last words.
You guys settle in, kind of just like in a pile all together, trying to keep warm through sheer body heat. The 8 of you, and through Gord's faint purring, you do find some comfort amidst a constant storm that rages through the entirety of the night. I need everyone to make Constitution saving throws.
I would say that everyone would fight over Gord because he's like fluffy, but it's just like wet cat now. And
Yeah, it kind of stinks, but the purring, the vibration is it lulls you a little bit into sleeping. Makes you forget that you're in the middle of a horrid blizzard in a jungle forest. Actually, Kev, you make that with advantage.
Oh yeah.
You
That's
are
right,
lucky.
advantage.
Yeah, you were lucky enough to make it with advantage. Let's see. Mary, also, sorry, you make this last one with disadvantage.
God damn it, I rolled so good.
I know, I'm sorry.
And then I
okay.
rolled trash!
That's kind of the way it goes. All right, Kev, total of 10. Okay.
You only had 3 to con save?
Was that with advantage?
Yeah, you rolled a 5 and a 7.
Oh god.
And
Your con
con is
save
Con's not a rogue thing. Like, that's not his dex and intelligence, I believe. Hondo, that's a fail. Allie,
21.
you are fine. Lavender,
16.
you're fine. Valentine,
19.
you're fine. Mary,
14.
you are surprisingly okay.
Nice.
It was like a 20 something.
Did you roll for Gordon?
I'll do that now. That's a natural 1. Sorry, Gordo. Gord, Hondo. I would also like one for Keith and Fern.
Okay.
Come on. Come on. Oh.
I rolled 9 plus 3. His con's 3, so 12.
Okay, he's okay.
18 as well.
He's okay. Surprisingly, you guys make it through. You make it through the night. Uncomfortable, but alive. And the storm... You make it through a long rest. You manage to pull through. Like I say, it's not comfortable. You are hurting. And Hondo and Gord, the night's experience and the poor sleep has left you exhausted, unfortunately. You have 1 point of exhaustion.
Think of how cute the image is of us all gathered together, though, in a cute little storm.
It's nice. So you guys have, you guys will have disadvantage on ability checks for the next day. And Mary, that cold doesn't seem to have gotten better.
Oh.
The storm fades as morning breaks, and you guys make your way out into the rapidly warming day as sun takes the sky and begins to melt away your igloo and thaw out the remains of your mounts. But
Are they dead?
Oh yeah. But Valentine, in the last dregs of sleep, before you come to consciousness, just on you slept solidly, surprisingly solidly through the night. The sheer amount of exertion it took to rapidly get everything in place, and you have family on the line, and there's a lot going on here. It exhausts you, and you just sleep like solidly. However, like I say, towards the last dregs of sleep, as you begin to rouse, a dream does take your mind. A storm, a blizzard within your mindscape. It rages on, and it howls with wind, and you can just faintly see a figure of some kind in the white cascade of snow and tundra. You can just make out parts of a face, stark white, and a wide, jagged, toothy smile, inhumanly wide and crooked. And you hear, without the mouth moving, on the wind, this unnatural tune. It says, "Somewhere out in the storm, someone small can't get warm. Somewhere near in the night, something dark takes to flight. Feel the cold freeze your skin. Breath by breath you're growing thin. The fire grows cold as you grow weak. The crow will feast on those who shriek." And the wind blows once more, and you just hear a long, horrid cackle caterwaul wail. Just mad, shrieking laughter that echoes in your ears as your eyes open and the dream fades. And you begin another day.
I'll grab Heartbreaker and I'll just say, in her wrath, she struck his name.
That's where we're gonna end tonight.
Damn.
Thanks for tuning in. Join us next time as the Wildcards piece together the shards of a frigid mystery within the Vale and encounter a far more chilling reality. There will be a new episode up every Tuesday, so stay tuned. But until then, keep exploring.